called to speak and to switch their microphones off once they have finished speaking. Cameras may be left on throughout the meeting if members wish. If you experience connection or other technical issues, it may help to switch your camera off. Cameras should be switched off when you have finished speaking and are no longer taking part in the conversation. To indicate a wish to speak, members should use the raise hand function. Use of the meeting chat function is exclusively for voting. At the end of the debate on each item of the business, there will be a vote. Members should vote using the members chat function by indicating for, against, or abstain. I will declare the results after each vote. Breaks of at least 15 minutes will be taken every 2 hours, and we will be taken after the speaker of the debate has finished speaking. If we are voting, the vote will be concluded before the break is taken. Other breaks will be incorporated as appropriate. I'm going to invite each of the members to introduce themselves, commencing with Judy Billing.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Judy Billing. I'm County Councillor for Hitchin North and leader of the Labour group of councillors in Hertfordshire. Eric
Buckmaster.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eric Buckmaster and I represent Stourbridgeworth Division.
Frances Button.
Hello, everyone. I'm Frances Button and I represent Rickmansworth East and Oxley Park, which is down to the southwest of the county.
Ken Crofton.
Good morning. I'm Ken Crofton. I'm the County Councillor for Hertford Rural.
Bob Deering, who's the Vice Chairman of the meeting.
Yes, hello. My name's Bob Deering and I'm County Councillor for Hertford St Andrews Division.
Adam Mitchell.
Hello, I'm Adam Mitchell and I'm County Councillor for Broadwater and Stevenage.
Thank you, Adam. My name is Ralph Sangstone, Chairman of the meeting and Executive Member for Resources and Performance. Richard Smith.
Yes, I'm the County Councillor for the Welwyn Division. Thank you.
Sharon Taylor.
Good morning. My name's Sharon Taylor and I'm the County Councillor for Bedwell Division in Stevenage.
Andrew.
If that's me you're calling, Ralph, sorry, you're breaking up a bit. It's Andrew Williams. I'm County Councillor. That's me you're calling, Ralph, sorry, a bit. It's Andrew Williams. I'm County Councillor. Councillor for Hemel Hempstead East.
Councillor for Hemel. Phil Williams. Hello, Phil. Okay, Phil's having a problem connecting, I think. We'll go to Tim Williams.
Sorry, it's me. I've got sound.
Okay, Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm having sound problems this morning. Has anybody else got intermittent sound? It seems to be coming in and out.
No, we're getting a lot of reverb from your microphone.
Right. Okay. I'll try and do something in a minute. Anyway, Phil Williams, Three Rivers Rural.
Thank you, Tim Williams.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's Tim Williams here, County Councillor for the Woodside Stanwood Division, which is to the northern side of Watford.
Paul Zukowski.
Good morning. I'm the County Councillor for Hatfield South Division and the Deputy Leader of the Lib Dem Group.
Thank you, everyone. I don't have any apologies, so I'm also going to remind members that if they have a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, they should declare it either now or before the item at which they consider they have those situations. I have, at the request and having deliberated on the length of our agenda today, taken the opportunity to move a few items around. I brought forward items 14 and 15, which are cabinet paper reports, to ensure that they are heard at the beginning of the meeting and are put out of the way. And I've moved items 3 and 4 to the end of the meeting, which are are performance-related reports for monitoring purposes only, in case we run out of time or haven't got the opportunity to cover them. We have an extremely long agenda. I have asked officers to limit the introduction to each of the papers to a contextual presentation, so that we can have as much time as possible for questions and discussion. There are 3 items on the agenda which I have. I'm intending to provide a little longer for presentation, and those are the 2 children's services issues and the sustainability issue or paper. So I will let everybody know as and when we come across those that they might be, the officers may have a little bit longer to present. I think if we can keep our questioning and contributions concise, we might be able to get out of this before the end of the day. I sincerely hope so. First item on the list is the minutes of the last meeting and corrections to some minutes of the previous meeting. Item A is the meeting of the 1st of October. Are there any questions or issues relating to those minutes, please? If not, then can I ask everybody to put in the chat line that they agree with the minutes, please? Just waiting for officers to collate the inputs and confirm that they have received enough votes in favour to agree them. I think there are a few people who haven't yet provided us with a response. Could you do so, please?
Ralph, Elaine has messaged to say that's agreed.
Okay. It may I didn't see it on my. Okay. Need to scroll it up. Sorry. Okay, fine. That's great. Thank you very much, Paul. The second item on the minutes is the revised minutes of the 4th of September item. I think it was item 8, where concerns were raised in relation to the response. I believe that this has been discussed and amendments corrected, and I'm asking for anyone who would have any further issues. Otherwise, I'll go to chat and we'll agree the minutes. Okay, could I ask everyone to put into the...
Chairman, I think Paul's raised his hand.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Paul. Apologies. I can't see raised hands as well as look at chat at the same time.
That's fine, Chair. I understand it's a juggling act in this particular software, isn't it? No, I just wanted to say that you know, our concerns have been largely addressed with the change in the minutes. I'm not entirely convinced it completely grasps the whole aspects of the concerns that we expressed, but it goes a very significant way towards it. So I appreciate the efforts to get those right.
Okay, thank you very much. I also reviewed them, and indeed there were some things I would have liked to have introduced into the minutes, but resisted the opportunity to do so. I think they aren't verbatim minutes; they are representative, and officers do their best to capture the issues that are important. So if I could ask you to agree those minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Chairman, I've got the same problem as I have always. I can't get anything in the chat because the pop-ups. Can somebody advise me how to avoid that happening?
Sharon,
Okay.
if you slightly minimise your Teams page, so it gets a bit smaller, I think that will leave all the chat off to the right side of your screen, and then you can see the bit you have to type into to put your own decision in.
Alternatively, if you slide the Teams screen a little bit to your left, it gets it out of the way as well.
Chairman, if it's okay, I think I've still got Sharon's number. I'll give her a call directly now and talk her through it.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, right. I've received confirmation that that's all agreed. So I'm going to now try and, whilst we take the next item, move from my chat screen to my member screen so I can see who's asking questions. But I'll do that in a moment. We'll move to item 2, which is public petitions. There haven't been none received. And we'll move on to the first 2 items of the agenda, which have been moved up from the bottom of the agenda to the top, which are items 14 and 15 on the original agenda. This is consider the future of former highway maintenance depot Station Road, Watton-on-Stone. I think the Deputy Director, Sas Pledger of Property, is going to be presenting. So Sas, over to you. If you could make it short and sweet, then we can get on and ask any questions.
Thank you, Chair. So this is looking at to consider the future of the former highways depot, or Watton-on-Stone. Within the members' packs, you will have a site plan, and it indicates the land edged in red, which is the land that we own with vacant possession, and also the land hatched in black, which is owned by Network Rail. So in terms of the disposal of this site, we're working in partnership with Network Rail, and we've come to an agreement in terms of how we would dispose the land and equitably distribute any capital receipt arising. The highways depot was closed in 1996.
Sas, I think that's more than sufficient. Everybody, okay, contextually in position. I think if there are any questions, members can raise their hand. I see Ken and Paul have asked questions. So Ken first.
Yeah, Ralph. This is Watton-on-Stone is in my division, and in Hertford Rural. It's a site that's long overdue for development. I'm not certain I've heard any voices raised against it from local residents or the parish council. What I do hope we can take in, and Sas is here. John Rumble and I have been working with flooding on the High Street in Watton-on-Stone, and it's largely due to all the developments up the hill along Station Road and in Hazeldale, which is just overloading the drainage system. It's not blocked, it's just literally overloaded with hundreds of houses pumped into a very small system. So whatever you do, we've got to make certain that the drainage system is costed into the project, because it is a vast and expensive and complicated issue. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ken. Paul?
Yeah, I had to agree with Ken. It's long overdue redevelopment of this site, so it's very nice to see it coming forward. However, I did want to just come back to office, as I raised it in the briefing, and I'll raise it again. The density that's proposed for this site in the proposal seems quite low in comparison with the other developments that Ken's just mentioned. I'm thinking of the site immediately south of this on Station Road, has a fairly significantly higher density per hectare than the site that we are currently looking at. And I just wanted to flag that in the meeting and just say that we do need to be looking at that, because getting that development right is pretty critical to the centre of the village.
Okay, thank you. Sas, would you like to address either of those questions, please?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the flood risk mitigation, we're working closely with the lead local flood authority, which obviously is our authority. in terms of ensuring that the site does not provide any additional flood risk in the area and mitigates any runoff from the site itself. So it's not adding to any flood risk in the local area. In terms of the density, we've got the council's adopted policy, which is HOU2, which is around housing density. It doesn't stipulate specific figures. Instead, it refers to making the best use of the land and creating a development that's sympathetic to the character of the area. So in terms of the considered density, what we've done is reflected the surrounding residential areas that are in existence currently, and having regard to the type and the size of dwellings in the neighbouring roads. So in terms of density, that's the decision we've made, but it could be that we look to review that at a later date.
Thank you, Sass. There don't appear to be any other questions. There is a part 2 to these 2 items. And I was going to ask members if they have any questions in relation to part 2 on this item. If we don't have any questions on part 2, I won't move it into part 2, and we'll deal with the recommendation in part 1. Is there any questions that might relate to part 2 items? Since there are none, so I'm going to ask members to indicate in the chat line if they are happy to accept the recommendation under 14, which is to move this depot into a surplus or to declare it surplus to requirements, etc. So could I ask you if you would indicate in the chat line that you agree, you disagree, or you abstain, please? Thank you very much. That's agreed. Sass, item 15, which is the retained land at former Wormley Church of England Primary School. If you could just give us a very, minute and a half intro, just to contextualise it, and then we'll ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. So this is this item is around the retained land at the former Wormley Primary School. It's no longer in use, and we are seeking spend to achieve budget the sum of 390,000 to contribute towards the shared infrastructure work. So that's the main access road into the site to allow for the redevelopment. Part of the site is being used by adult care services for elderly care provision, and the rest will be residential development.
Thank you very much, Sass. Any questions on this one, please? No questions? Okay. There is a part 2, and again, I'm asking if anybody needs to ask questions in the part 2, otherwise I won't move to it. Just give 5 seconds for people to indicate if they have. Otherwise, I'll move the recommendation, which is in 15, in 2 parts, I and II, in relation to the spend and so forth. I'm not going to read them out. They're fairly easily understood. Can I ask you to agree, disagree, or abstain in the appropriate position in chat, please? Just awaiting officer confirmation. Got that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Sass, for those 2 items. We'll now move on to the original order paper agenda, which is for item 5, which is for a value for money review on children looked after. This is being presented by Marion Ingram and Joe Fisher. and I'm going to ask them if they could provide us with a shortish. It's one of the areas. This is one of the items where I think it's important that we get a little bit more presentation than otherwise would be the case. So 5 to 10 minutes on this one, please, Marion.
Hi, Ralph. It's actually Faisal here introducing, but
okay, Faisal, by all means, okay. Go ahead.
Good stuff. So just to contextualise this, this is part of the Value for Money series. I think colleagues will be well aware of, where we sort of deep dive into key areas of budget and performance. Like Ralph said, I'll take the paper as read and try and leave more time for questions. But maybe if I highlight maybe the 3 key points or that the paper seeks to draw out, if that's helpful, just to steer conversation. The first one, in terms of key data, I think in terms of a good news story, as you'll see at the top of page 4, I think the team have done a really good job of stabilising the increase in costs that we had seen previously. So, you know, at the top of page 4, you can see from March 2017 through to June 19, we saw a real escalation in the average costs of our residential placements. So, you know, cost of our children's homes in a nutshell. But as the graph below shows, thanks to the good work by Lynn and the team and others in Children's Services, those costs have really stabilised since. So that's the first point to draw out, that there's a good news story there around the good work of the team stabilising costs. And that does mean, excluding COVID in the current financial year, we are broadly in line with budget. And, you know, if colleagues remember, that compares to an overspend in the last couple of financial years. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, as Section 5 expands upon, is we are seeing some challenges from COVID, and really there's 2 elements to that. The first side of the coin is we're seeing some delays in the court system and some inevitable impact in the way we can work with families from the restrictions that around COVID, and that is having an impact on on our placement costs and the length of time that children are staying as children looked after in care. We also have a concern, as Section 5 talks about the future months, around what level of demand we might see. We've not seen that spike in referrals yet, but we are concerned that latent demand over the recent months will come through. So it's worth flagging that as a second headline. And then the third point, just to draw out maybe before I open up for any questions, is sections 6, 7 and 8 give an update on our Investor Transform programme on children looked after budgets. So colleagues might remember that we came to Cabinet and to this panel, as well as back in September 2019, with a sort of 3-pronged strategy around keeping children where appropriate out of care, particularly adolescents, around increasing the number of in-house foster placements, and around increasing the number of in-county children's homes. So again, I'll take that as read, but we're making good progress on those 3 strands, and the paper provides an update. We've seen some small delays on the residential strategy, some unavoidable delays to our building works related to COVID, but broadly we're making good progress. So if that's sufficient, Ralph, I think that's all I wanted to say by way of introduction. But then I've got Lynn, Miranda and other colleagues, and we're happy to answer any questions between us, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Faisal. That's very helpful. I've got a question from Eric Buckmaster.
Thank you, Chairman. On page 5, I think it's 5.3, where it says children looked after budgets. There's a COVID-related additional spend of 1.6 million, which is attributable to fewer children and young people leaving care. I was just wondering, does that have an impact up or down on other parts of the system, or is there anything we can detect there? Thank you.
I think it is more particularly, Eric, just in the speed at which children are leaving care in a nutshell. But Lynn, I don't know if you want to come in on that, just to explain that the nub of that sort of issue around court delays and just provide the background if that's helpful to Eric.
Hi, it's Lynn Knowles. I'm Head of Commissioning for Children Looked After and Safeguarding. So other local authorities actually through the COVID pandemic have noticed quite a big increase in the numbers of children coming into care. We've looked at all of our numbers and actually the numbers new into care have not shifted. They're very, very similar at the moment. So the issue has been that our numbers are larger just due to the fact that we had less children actually turning 18. So obviously when children turn 18, they automatically leave care. So that was one factor. The other factor has just been delays where children are maybe in a foster placement, but we're waiting to go into court for an adoption order. And because of COVID, the delays to the court process have caused delays in that. So really it's just about children moving out of care, either, you know, into an adoptive placement or maybe alternative plans, but that's where that is. And obviously as we come out of the pandemic, those court cases are actually, you know, starting to progress now.
Okay, thank you.
Paul Sikowski. Oh, sorry, one minute, Paul. I'm Miss Sharon Taylor first.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of issues I wanted to raise on this, and I've tried to keep my comments to the resources matters on the paper. It's a very good paper and I'm very pleased to see the progress in relation to particularly the out-of-county placements. So that's good news, I think. I wanted to know whether the issues around the delayed court proceedings has been raised with the MOJ and the local people that look after the court service. We're seeing this in a number of different areas, including domestic abuse, where these continual impact on court proceedings is holding things up and making things more difficult and making other agencies incur costs. And also we've, you know, talking to our local policing teams here, they are having to do a lot of work in terms of young people absconding from care, and that you know, it may not be a direct cost to the local authority, but it is a cost to the public purse, and I think we should all be concerned about that. So any comments on that would be helpful. I noted that they're all at 5.2, those issues. I noted the point at 5.4 about relationships, and I'd be, you know, interested to know how that is developing. That seems like a real issue for us and likely to make things in the system accelerate more quickly because of the issues around our social worker teams not being able to have that very direct contact with young people. So that was an interesting point to me. At 5.11, there's reference to the jobs issue. I just wanted to, Chair, give a shout out for a fantastic event we held in Stevenage yesterday called Generation Stevenage, which was about putting young people directly in touch with our key employers in the town, including Eastern North Herts Acute Trust, where we're trying to look at whether we can encourage young people to get involved in health and social care, move them forward from perhaps some of the retail, you know, the retail jobs which we know are suffering at the moment. So that was just a flagging that one up. And the point I referred to earlier, which was the out of area placements at 8.1, which goes with 8.16 and 8.17, which are the new provision. I think that's one we continue to watch with interest, because not only were the out of area placements very expensive, they weren't very good for the young people either. So I'm pleased progress has been made on that, but I do think we need to hear more about that later on when the programme's further down the line. So yeah. I hope we can have something back on that. My last question was, we had a Children Looked After scrutiny probably just about a year ago now, where the issue of resources in CAMHS was raised with us because young people were waiting 6 months or more to get some treatment for mental health issues. That will make things accelerate very quickly with young people. 6 months when you're 6 months to me, I don't even think about that as a time period now, but when you're 17, it's you know, a long time to wait. So has there been any progress with shortening those access times for mental health support? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. Faisal, do you want to pick those up?
Should I pick that up?
Go for it, Lynn.
By all means, whoever on the team is relevant.
Okay. The first point about delays in court proceedings, yes, our legal team and our safeguarding senior managers meet regularly with the judiciary, and so there are regular discussions about those delays, and I think we're confident that now things are starting to pick up. I think it was really during the main lockdown period which has caused a backlog, so I think we're confident that things will start to move forwards now. In relation to children missing from care, when we were in the pandemic, there was a reduction actually in children missing from care. And I think just because everybody was in their homes, relationships improved with foster carers in residential homes, there was actually a reduction. But as the sort of lockdown measures have lifted, some of the missing episodes have started again, and that is children who really are linked to gang-related activity, exploitation, but there's a lot of activity going on to minimise that, and we have specialist services that actually work with those young people who work with children who might be getting drawn towards gangs, or children who have been missing, to really explore with them what that's about and draw them away from that. In terms of face-to-face contact, that's also resuming now. So I think when we were at the point where face-to-face contact was seen as something we just couldn't do, apart from in the most extreme safeguarding cases, now we are actually carrying out home visits. All of those visits are now resuming and getting back to normal. Social workers are visiting placements. They're also visiting families in their home. We also have a number of families who receive support in their home, and that, just to reassure everybody, has been happening right throughout the pandemic. So whilst there's been some restrictions, actually where we have been putting support, we have actually been carrying that out right through the pandemic. So we have seen what is happening in the family homes. In terms of out of area placements, yes, that's a real challenge for us, because if you're placed in residential, you're more likely to be placed at a distance. That's what we're trying to turn on its head by developing 31 additional beds in Hertfordshire. And obviously what we're hoping is those 31 children that would have been placed out of area will now be placed in Hertfordshire within the next 2.5 years. There are a very small group of children who actually being placed at a distance has been very beneficial for them. We've had excellent outcomes, and that's for those children who are really trapped in a world of exploitation and have been sexually exploited, and actually lifting them out of that world has made a tremendous difference to them, and their lives have actually literally turned around, just starting new relationships, not feeling the pressure of being involved. But as I say, that's a very small number. The rest obviously we want back in their communities, back near their family members, etc. So we talked about also, it was the review of CAMHS. So just to let everybody know, there is actually a service redesign of CAMHS, which Joella Scott is heading up, listening to all the points that have been raised about CAMHS and the flexibility of the service, its ability to respond quickly, but also to respond to meet children's needs, because not all children want to go to CAMHS clinics. They associate that with, I don't want people to say that I'm mentally ill. So home visits, more work in the community. So there is a whole service redesign. And for children who are looked after and CAMHS, there is also going to be a whole service review of that as well, because we actually accept that the service as it sits at the moment isn't necessarily geared to meet the needs of the children as they currently present. Children have become much more complex in their needs, especially health services ourselves has noticed a massive increase in mental health issues, especially among girls, significant self-harm issues. So we know we need to change services, and we are working very closely together to do that. Actually, I think we've made some real progress in working together.
Thank you. Lynn, did you have any further?
No, I think that was the point.
Covered everything. Okay. Paul Sikowski.
Thank you, Chair. I also welcome the report. It's a very comprehensive and very positive report, and it's good to see that these things are moving forward. And what I'm then going to say is it shouldn't distract from my commitment to seeing this delivered, because it really does need to happen. But the question that I have really is around the commentary around phase 1 of the strategy in 8.16 to 8.19 suggests that everything is kind of on track and it's all heading in the right direction, and things are progressing very well. But when you get to the table presented in 9.5, there is a comment at the top that says there's been COVID-related delay to the residential strategy phase 1 works, and that's caused a reprofile of the savings. And the latest variance below that suggests that there's nearly a third variance within the residential strategy. So I just wondered how you kind of square that particular circle. Is it all happening as it should and going really well, or are there delays and problems and issues that are being faced in terms of delivering that residential strategy? And is there something we can do to kind of mitigate that?
Okay,
I'm happy to start, and then Lynn come in at the back of it. So in a nutshell, Paul, isn't it? It's really about the timing of the homes opening, which has been pushed back slightly just due to delays in COVID and getting the contractors in and whatnot. So I think both of the bits of what you said are true, if that makes sense. So, you know, we're really happy with the progress, but there's just been a bit of a delay in the opening times for those homes, and that's what causes the blip in 21-22, because the homes aren't open quite as early as we'd hope them to be. But we still hope to achieve the total quantum of savings in future years. So it's purely about when the homes open, if that answers your question.
Can I just clarify? Is the overspend that we're seeing there therefore related to having to continue to provide relatively short-term, short-length placements externally, and that's what's causing the cost overrun?
Yeah, for those children, obviously, they're either children who are already in children's homes that we're planning to bring back into area, or they may be new into care, but obviously because the homes aren't open, we will need to place them out of area whilst they open. So essentially what has happened is we've probably got a 2.5 month pushback on the opening times, but they are now all, you know, by the end of March, we want the first phase, and then the summer, the fourth one to make up the 17 beds. We're still hoping to get there. It's just pushed back the opening times of them.
Right, that helps. That really does help, because obviously those are children that we would have been paying for anyway, and we would have been paying for externally, external provision of placements. So it would have been a cost anyway. It may just not have fallen on this particular budget in this particular line. So that's quite helpful, I think, in just reassuring me that, you know, we're moving in the right direction. I was convinced of that anyway, but that, you know, these are COVID things that we just can't help because of the way things have panned out this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Judy.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question and a comment. My question is about what strikes me as a slight contradiction in what I'm hearing at the minute. And it's really a question to Lynn, I think, about whether we are facing a possible resources bottleneck here, because although there are more children coming into care during the pandemic, apparently, we're hearing locally that there are fewer safeguarding referrals, and I'm just really worried that when we do all start to be vaccinated, that suddenly these referrals will start booming through the system again, and cause a real resources bottleneck. So that's my question. Shall I leave it there and come back to my comment?
If you want to make a comment,
okay, my comment is just that I'm delighted to hear that the CAMS issue is still under redesign and review, because it's now some years since we did the scrutiny topic group on CAMS provision, and there is sometimes a slight feeling that these things end up on a shelf. And I'm, again, at grassroots level, getting a lot of anxious parents coming to me at the moment whose young people are suffering very greatly and in need of CAMHS support and unable to access it because of the length of waiting times.
Okay. Who would like to pick that one up, or the previous question up? That was a statement.
Okay, if I just comment on the numbers, Judy, we haven't noticed an increase in numbers coming in during the pandemic. We've just had less children leaving. That is actually quite different from other local authorities who have seen an increase. Yeah. I think what that isn't to say, on a bit of a cautious note, is that people have held on to a lot of things through the pandemic. And certainly mental health services have seen an overwhelming number of young people suddenly presenting never known to services before, but are in hospital with eating disorders, all sorts of emotional well-being issues. So that's something that, you know, we have to bear in mind, that actually the impact of this pandemic, we can't measure totally at this point, but we are, I don't know, Faisal, if you want to comment, what we are trying to do, Judy, is think about, okay, if we are expecting an increase in referrals, what might that look like for children looked after numbers? What other services might we need to put in place, early help wise, in order to address some of the increase in those referrals? So I don't know, Faisal, if you want to say anything about.
No, I think you covered it nicely. I think the bit to answer your question, Jude, is we haven't seen it yet, but we are concerned about what that, you know, that future demand and will look like in the coming months, because I think hopefully the report brings out we saw a real reduction in referrals, particularly early on in the lockdown when schools were closed. And even our senses, and Lynn, you're far better versed in this than me, but in this first term of schools being open, schools have been really preoccupied with, you know, dealing with the COVID and getting the children back. So, you know, as schools go back into some semblance of normality and you know, things reopen, we do have a concern about those level of referrals increasing and those wider issues around homelessness and the other issues outlined in the paper bubbling up in the coming months. So we haven't seen it yet, but we are concerned on that as the paper outlines.
Faisal, can I just add to Joe Fisher speaking very briefly? We are now beginning to see that increase into the early help system. So whilst we're not seeing the increase in social care, we are beginning to see that increase in early help, very much linked to the sort of disadvantage that many families are falling into in terms of employment and all the various impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Faisal, thank you. Faisal, perhaps you could confirm the Delta return, which is the return we make to government in relation to the impact of COVID on our financial position, I think includes some of the risk items that we're discussing here in relation to children's services, and we have built that into to our reports back to central government. Is that not correct?
Yes, no, that's absolutely correct, Ralph. So we include the 1.6 million of costs that's talked about in the paper around court delays, but we also include a number, I think that's to the tune of about 2.4 million for the current financial year in that Delta return of the risk in the current financial year, and it just revolves around the issues we've just been talking around when we'll see those issues arise in the coming months, really.
Great, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions, so I'm going to ask everyone if they would vote in the chat line on the recommendations under item 6, which is to note the reports and make comments on both the report and the financial position. I think we've done that, but I'm told that we have to make the vote count. So if you in the chat line, if you could put agree, disagree, or abstain, that would be helpful. Thank you. I've got confirmation that that's agreed. On to item 7. We're doing reasonably well progress-wise here. This is another report from Children's Services. Hertfordshire Council's response. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong section here. The Special Educational Needs and Disabilities SEND Transformation Update position. Now, I think Joe Fisher is going to be presenting on this one. Now,
Hi.
Joe, I'm aware that you've got some additional slides that you might want to introduce into the presentation. If you give an initial 5-minute presentation, but if you want to include those slides, put them up and speak to them, please.
Can I just confirm that you can now see the slides on your screen, please,
yes, I can.
Chair? Brilliant, thank you very much. And I have my colleagues Rachel and Danny along with me, and I'll be asking Danny just to move the slides forward when I ask. So thank you very much. And yes, just a few minutes now just to introduce the report and draw your attention to some key points. So the report sets out the latest achievements, timing and scope of the SEND transformation programme. It was launched in the spring of last year, and its aims were threefold: both improving outcomes for children and young people, getting us on the right side of an inspection framework by improving our statutory SEND systems, but for the purpose of this committee, achieving efficiencies by managing our demand better. Now, the report, as you know, covers all three, but the main focus of our slides today is to set out for panel the latest cost avoidance for the programme. Danny, could you move on to the first slide, please? Yeah. Sorry, the next slide, yeah. Thank you. So since the 2014-15 SEND reform, in Hertfordshire, we've seen a significant increase in the numbers of young people with SEND requiring education, health and care plans, a 72% increase since 2014-15. And you can see from this slide, a 44.2% increase over the last few years. That's largely as a result of the new SEND reform system bringing far more children into the statutory framework by increasing the age range from 0 to 25, but also the emphasis on parental choice and the pressures across SEND system and budgets, especially school budgets, has meant that many more children with SEND have required specialist provision. And alongside that, you'll see from the graph at the bottom, we've seen a correlation in an increase in caseloads for our statutory SEND teams. So currently they have close to 300 cases per staff member. The report sets out in some detail the huge progress that we've made across the SEND transformation work streams in the last 18 months, both in terms of the local offer, improving education healthcare plan processes, SEND transport, preparation for adulthood, and also enhancing our local delivery. And in particular, just to note that we've enhanced our local school capacity, both mainstream and also specialist, increasing special school places by 233 in the past 2 years. Looking forward, the key changes that I'd like to draw your attention to in this paper are both governance and the finance. Firstly, on the governance, the original timeline envisaged for the programme was 2018 to 2021. In the end, as you know, we launched it in 2019 in the spring. And this, alongside the impact of COVID-19, has meant that we've had to extend the timelines of some of the existing work streams. I think also no one really anticipated such a steep increase in the numbers of children coming into the statutory system. We had 3,200 in 2014-15. We've now got over 8,000 children with education healthcare plans. And this has created pressure across the system, and in particular on our high needs funding. The longer term projections show a 20 million budget gap if current trends continue by 23-24. And what these pressures have meant is that we've really brought to the fore a number of key areas of activity for the next 2 years that will require sufficient project capacity to drive forward, including a review of our high needs funding. And so we've put in place new governance and a programme structure using our existing ITT funding and some additional funding that we've got from our high needs funding through Schools Forum. Danny, if you could move on to the next slide, please. So just moving now into finance, the original investment of over 3 million for 3 years from the council anticipated financial benefits of a mixture of cashable savings and cost avoidance, totalling over 13 million over a 4-year period. And this was across both Herts County Council budgets and also the dedicated school grant budget, or the DSG as it's often called. The key point is that the financial profile has now been adjusted to achieving 13.7 million over 5 years, primarily through cost avoidance. So just to take a couple of moments just to talk you through that. The first slide that you've got in front of you here, cashable savings set out in our original ITT bid totaled 460k a year, linked to two key areas. First of all, reducing the head count within the statutory SEND teams. This was going to achieve 230k a year, following the implementation of a new IT system, which would bring around process efficiencies. That new IT system is in fact now in place, and we launched it just at the beginning of COVID-19. But in view of the increase in numbers of children needing to be assessed and managed by the team, and you saw the caseload data on the previous slide, we're no longer able to reduce the number of staff in the team. Caseloads have increased from over 100 to almost 300 per member of staff. So the focus instead has shifted to managing demand and caseloads more efficiently through improving our statutory EHCP statutory processes. In effect, holding our staff costs flat whilst managing the growing numbers of education healthcare plans equals a cost avoidance of not recruiting in line with the increased EHCP demand. Danny, if you could move on to the next slide. Alongside this, our SEND school transport, the original ITT bid envisaged that we would reduce the numbers of children and young people with SEND who are being transported out of county by building local school capacity. And we have built local school capacity. I mentioned that we've got over 233 new places in the past 2 years. But that said, the steep increase in numbers of young people with education healthcare plans and requiring specialist provision has meant that our special schools are now at capacity. And so we haven't been able to reduce the numbers of children going into independent places out of county and needing transport for that. So the focus again has shifted to cost avoidance, reducing demand for expensive transport by increasing personal budgets and travel training. Danny, if you could move to the final slide, please. Alongside this, we anticipate further cost avoidance by building more special school places, increasing the numbers of children with SEND who are able to be educated within our mainstream schools in Hertfordshire, and also increasing our specialist resource provision. And as I said at the outset, we're proposing 13.7 million cost avoidance over the next 5 years. This slide draws your attention to one aspect of that cost avoidance, specialist resource provision. Our specialist resource provisions are provisions that we're going to be building across the secondary and the primary school mainstream sector in the next couple of years for children with a high level of autism and communication needs. And this, we've analysed the numbers of children going out of county, and they primarily fall into this cohort as well as having severe learning difficulties. So we anticipate that by increasing the numbers of our mainstream schools, that will result in fewer independent places needed annually, and will in effect be classed as a cost avoidance by reducing pressure on our independent placement budget within high needs. So, Chair, that's by way of a brief introduction from me, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Joe, thank you very much for the proposal and I think someone's got a mic on that's echoing. And if you could take down the slides now, we can probably get back to our visual representation. Thank you very much. I've got a question from Eric Buckmaster.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I'm just thinking aloud following that presentation, and I can see the challenge around caseload and increasing numbers, technology and processes. And I'm just wondering, is there a view as to an optimal number of cases that a particular member of staff can handle, or are there more different ways of doing it? For example, could there be specialists in more complex cases, again, to try and smooth the way and enable people to move through the system? I'm sure you've thought about all of these things. I was just wondering what your thoughts were around that.
It's a very good question, Eric, and we're doing a number of things on that level. I mean, in terms of just, is there an optimal caseload? We've been doing some Eastern Region benchmarking, and it appears to be around the 150 to 200 caseload. So we are over the sort of average of what good might look like by quite some way. In order to manage that caseload, we're doing a number of things. Our education healthcare plan improvement program is really thinking through how can we speed up our decision-making processes, how can we introduce efficiencies by using new databases. So I'll give you, just to make it real, if I give you a concrete example, we have to review our statutory education healthcare plans on an annual basis. The new digital system that we introduced from April of this year means that we will have a much faster, more efficient way of doing that with our schools, because they will have access directly to our database and to our system. So rather than having to email over amended plans to our team and then we retype them, make the amended changes, the schools will be able to go directly onto our system and make changes, and we will simply need to approve them by going into the system. So there are lots of efficiencies that we're introducing through our digitalisation programme that will really help our caseworkers manage their cases.
That's great, thank you.
Any other questions? Bob Deering.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, Joe and team, for a very good presentation. I just want to make sure that my broad understanding of the situation is correct, which essentially is that we find ourselves reacting to a surge in demand, which has been in effect inflicted upon us by a statutory change a couple of years ago, and that the demand increase has been huge, and therefore we've all had to do an awful lot of work to meet it, in which case it seems to me that we're doing a really, really good job. Is that a fair comment?
That is fair, Bob. That's exactly it. So what happened in 2014-15, the SEND reform brought in legislative change, and it moved us. You might be familiar with the term statements. Children with SEND used to have statements, and they were just for school-aged children, so age 4 to 16. The SEND reform extended that. It introduced education healthcare plans for children aged 0 through to 25. So Hertfordshire, alongside every other local authority across this country, saw a rapid increase in the numbers of children coming into the system who were eligible for a statutory assessment and provision and plan to meet their needs in schools. So that's what we've seen in Hertfordshire. Like I said, it's been a 72% increase. The first slide that I don't know whether you noticed, we are still just below both the England and our statistical neighbours in terms of the numbers of children per population, per 10,000 of the population, who have got education healthcare plans, which means that we've still got some way to go. But we do expect it nonetheless to start to stabilise. There are a number of other factors alongside that. It's not just to do with the increasing the age range. We know that pressures on school budgets have meant that schools, for example, have often pressed for children to have education healthcare plan because they see it as the gateway to getting children into specialist schools and specialist provisions. So there's a whole range of factors, and of course you've got the increase in just the young population within Hertfordshire as well, which will have had an impact.
Thank you, Joe. Joe, I've just got a general question in relation to the spending on SEND. There has been some concern in the public that that our use of the perhaps complex arrangements in terms of funding for special educational needs is undertaken appropriately. It would be helpful if you could just explain the difference between the SEND special needs higher block funding and the funding that we put in ourselves. And what measures are there in the system to ensure that the high needs block is spent on that which which was intended it to be spent on by the government when it gives it to us.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with that and Rachel might want to chip in. So very briefly, the Herts County Council funds the statutory element. So it funds what we call our integrated services for learning, statutory SEND teams, and that's around 2.5 million. It was on one of the slides that we showed you. So Herts County Council fund the statutory assessment process and the teams that sit behind that. The high needs funding, which is schools funding, is approved and held to account, and we are held to account through the schools forum. So any decision to use the high needs funding has got to go through that decision making process, and we take regular reports and updates. Any use of that funding for provision is always agreed through schools forum and undergoes a high level of scrutiny. So I hope that answers your question, Chair. Rachel, do you want to add to that at all?
No, Joe, I think you've covered it, but Ralph, if you had any kind of follow-up question, happy to address that.
I suppose the only other issue would be the fact that the funding that we receive as the dedicated schools grant or the higher dedicated schools grant is we are not in a position to contribute to that from our own funding position. It's a definitive sum of money which the government provides us with, and we have to work within it, or if we go over the cost, then we can't take it from our own funding budgets. We have to perhaps lend the system the money, and sometime in the future the government are going to have to sort that out, because it's the government who provide our funding for that block.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And again, Rachel might want to comment, but certainly we have written to government and continue to write to government, along with every other council in the country, requesting a continued injection into the high needs funding system for exactly that reason, because just even last year we were anticipating a budget gap around 2.5 million, I think it was, but we've managed to address that and to balance our budget for next year by taking some steps. But I think moving forward, the budget gap, as I mentioned, is looking significant over the next 5 years. Rachel, do you want to talk briefly around the interface of the council if there is an overspend on that fund?
Yeah, sure. Hello everyone, I'm Rachel Adler, Head of Finance for Children's Services. Ralph, I was just going to pick up on your point. You're absolutely right with the DSGs. The high needs element of that dedicated school grant is, I suppose, a ring-fenced a block of money that comes in with very strict rules around its use for supporting the provision for children with SEND. And so it does sit as kind of a ring-fenced amount, and if the budget is in deficit, that sits as an amount separate in our reserves as a council. And Joe's mentioned there has been a lot of lobbying and discussions around the fact that budget is very stretched. We've obviously got work streams in order to address that, but Joe has mentioned the various letters that have and lobbying that's already been in place to try and demonstrate how we have gaps in that budget based on the level of need, as Joe went through in the slides.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions that the members would like to ask? I can't see any. So I'm going to propose that we look at the recommendation under item 6, which are again twofold. One, recognising the report, commenting on it and its implications on the finance side. So could I ask everyone if they could, in chat, indicate whether they agree, disagree or abstain on those two recommendations, please. Just waiting for confirmation from officers that that's been agreed. Certainly seems to have been. Yep, thank you very much. Joe and your team, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to item 7, which is the Herts County Council's response to COVID-19 report. I think, Alex, you are presenting on this one. If you could make it a contextual presentation, and we'll get on directly to the questions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and good morning, everybody. So, yes, very briefly, in terms of the context for this report, it's the next monthly report, update report on the County Council's response to the COVID pandemic, which goes to Cabinet each month. As ever, it represents a moment in time. So whilst it was accurate when we drafted it on the 17th of November, very much recognise that things have continued to move on very quickly. So in terms of the covering report, obviously, whilst we are now moving into Tier 2 today, it was written very much at a time when we were in the middle of the restrictions, and therefore a lot of what's covered there is focused on that, including kind of the remobilisation of the volunteer and people assistance cell. It also talks about vaccine planning and the piloting of the mass testing, both of which we know have progressed quite a lot since the time of the reports. So I will leave it there. Just to say, I've also got Martin Orst in place to talk about anything in terms of any questions on the impact monitor, and indeed Stephen Pillsworth is here as well to talk about the financial aspects of the report.
Thank you, Alex. I just might add that in discussion with officers, we felt that given the circumstances around COVID, we might just rebalance the report in future. There's been a slight rebalancing this time round to ensure that we not only look backwards at what's happened, but also look forwards to seeing, particularly in relation to vaccinations, etc., where the authority is going in that respect. So expect the reports in the future to be slightly more pivoted towards looking forward than looking backwards, although we always want to reflect on how we've done and learn from those issues. But Sharon, you asked a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I'm grateful for those comments that you've just made, because that partially responds to what I'm going to say. But first of all, I think it's important to recognise just how much work has gone on in Hertfordshire in terms of tackling the COVID pandemic. I'm grateful to Alex for the report, and with my other hat on as a district council leader, both Jim McManus, Daryl Keane, who's been running the LRF, you know, we've had a really good communications across the county about how this is being managed going forward. My question really relates to the work of this panel, Chair, and we've got a section on finance in the report this time, 8.2 to 8.6, which is welcome. But as we are the resources panel, I would like to see our future reports with a bit more detail in around the financing and how that's worked. For example, there are a number of grants set out at 8.6, but we don't have any detail about how those grants have been allocated or spent. This is really important. There is also another one to add into this now, which I appreciate hadn't come when the report was written, which is the winter grant, the £2.39 million allocated for winter grant funding. From my perspective, I would like to see in much more detail how those grants have been used, particularly the local outbreak management, contact tracing and outbreak control, the winter grant and so on. And as we are the resources panel, I think our report on COVID should have the detail of the both the spend that's already occurred, but also a bit more about any predictions that we are able to make. And I appreciate this is crystal ball gazing to a certain extent around how the income loss and the costs, how we see those going forward. So is that possible to consider for a future report? I welcome the finance section, but it's just not detailed enough for me to get a feel for where that spending has gone.
Okay, could I ask Stephen Pillsworth, who is I think on the call, to perhaps address that?
Indeed, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sharon. I'm Stephen Pillsworth, AD Finance at the County Council. I think in terms of the first point around can we have more detail in future reports, absolutely. actually what we've tended to do a bit over the course of the year is gradually slim down these sections on the basis there was quite considerable detail included early on. More than happy for the next report to just step some of that back up and include that, both in terms of the overall spend and what we're using it for, but also some of those measures and plans. Just to give a sort of very quick heads up, though, for the benefit of members, in terms of that section in 8.6, Sharon's quite right. You can see at the time of writing the grants that were confirmed and the contributions from partners. You'll see there the top two in the main are specific for adult social care. And have been used to provide extra capacity in the care market in terms of care home places, but also the support to care providers. So the recent report that Cabinet considered that extended that support through to the end of March for adult social care providers, the Infection Control Fund is being used extensively to enable us to do that. Perhaps the other ones just to mention this time round, Sharon, you mentioned the Local Outbreak Management Fund and the Contract Tracing and Outbreak Control. Again, these are grants that whilst they are paid into the County Council, there's a very clear expectation both nationally, and indeed we'd have the same expectation locally, that there is work with partners, including the district councils, to make sure that's covering all issues and there's a comprehensive response. And I know in the case, for example, of the Local Outbreak Management Fund, there's an officer level board chaired by Jim McManus, but includes representatives, I think predominantly in environmental health leads from all of the district councils that develops those proposals. And I also understand there is a regular gathering of all 11 leaders that provide some overview and oversight to that. But happy to provide more detail in the next report on that, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Steve. Paul Sikowski has a question.
In fact, I've got three things I'd like to ask. The first, I think, is very, very straightforward. There's a point 8.5 where it expands the acronym SFC and describes it as Securities and Futures Commission. And I just want to confirm that that's actually correct, because I'm not convinced it is. The second point was I wanted to just have confirmation directly that the outstanding financial impacts beyond the grants provided by government now fall within the contingency amount the council has already set aside in the budget. So we're not expecting to, this financial year, have to rely on reserves. Contingency will cover it. I just wanted clarity on that. And finally, I think this is a question for Martin, and it just really reiterates what I raised in the briefing and has been partially answered, I think, online via officers, via email. So based on 4.2 in the appendix, that is the impact of COVID on schools and the number of bubbles sent home, and the other information provided. Did we see a very serious spike in schools in early to mid-November? And is that plateauing out? And equally, are we also still seeing schools being an incubator for community-wide COVID infection rates?
Okay, I'll ask Stephen to address the first couple of points first.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Yes, I'm really not quite sure what's happened in 8.5. Something very strange on the autocorrect, I think, and it should read sales, fees and charges. So this was grant that government's provided where councils have lost income as a result of the pandemic, and you can make a claim for that. In our case, it was predominantly in those areas that are linked to trading activities into schools or into pupils. So, for example, the music service, Hearts Catering and Hearts Business Services. So we have been able to put a claim in for the lost income. Government has paid the first element of those, but I think reserves the right to check and challenge our claim further during the remainder of the year. In terms of the second point, and it also links, I think, to the next agenda item about the monitor, at the moment we are forecasting, and again picking up on a point that Sharon made earlier, the numbers in here are a forecast for the remainder of the year, that there's a gap between the spend, that forecast spend, and the grants confirmed of just over £4 million. Now, this is a considerable improvement on the Q1 position that we were reporting, principally because of some additional grant announcements. And indeed, if we take into account some other underspends across the rest of the council's budget, as you will see in the next agenda item, it just narrows that a bit further. But at that level, we can contain that within the council's contingency budget for this year.
Thank you. Martin, are you able to address the final point for Councillor Zukowski?
Muted. Yes, regarding Paul's final point, he's absolutely right. There was a spike or an increase in cases early November through to mid-November. In discussions with the service, we're reasonably confident that reflects two things, really. The impact of delayed reporting following half term, and perhaps an element of increased spread during activities during the half term, which then manifested in schools. And perhaps more significantly, it does mirror almost exactly the wider picture in terms of community spread. The extent to which the schools are an incubator, I think the community is the incubator, and schools are, if you like, just part of that community impact. The current position, including having a check through sort of today's figures as well, for about 2 weeks now, the basic figures on sort of the number of bubbles, number of year groups sent home, number of teachers confirmed with COVID, number of pupils confirmed with COVID, have all been broadly the same over the last 2 weeks, and for the first 2 days of this week are the same as well. So if we can read into that some degree of levelling or plateauing, following again the pattern that we're seeing in the wider community, hopefully that gives you some reassurance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Judy Billing.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question on the basis that I'm happier with the present and the future than I generally am with the past. And given that we're all very politely not jumping up and down and being terribly excited about this morning's news, I just wondered whether anybody was able to give us a resources implication, hot off the press response to likely effects of this morning's news about the approval of the vaccine for Hertfordshire.
That's a very wide-reaching question. I suppose, Steve, you may be able to give some indication on its implications in terms of our cost in meeting the challenge of providing the resources to meet the new programme of vaccinations. And Sas, I don't know whether you're still on the line. I know some of the information that you might have is embargoed, but perhaps in a general perspective, you might be able to say how we're interacting with the NHS and how we are seeking to help them deliver the vaccination programme, and to ensure that we are covering at least our costs in terms of a future commitment. Sas, do you want to go first?
Chair,
and then Steve
Chair,
follows?
sorry. Can I just pop in with a supplementary to that? I know you're all tiptoeing around this, and I understand why. If there is to be further use of county council premises for testing or for any other purpose, does that help with the council's financial position?
Okay, I'll let Steve deal with that. Perhaps Sas could give us just a high-level indication of how we're reacting with NHS colleagues, and then Steve can come in.
Thank you, Chair. So we've established the logistics and site cell, which I sit on as chair of the estate cell. That's been coordinated by Taryn Pearson-Rose and Darren McLaughlin. This has enabled us to work closely with NHS and other partners in terms of providing support, both in terms of the current testing programme, the rapid testing programme that is emerging, and also the vaccination provision. we're actively involved in programmes around these 3 pieces of work, and we are looking to support in any way we can, either through resources or through premises. But unfortunately, all of this information is currently embargoed by government, and we will be releasing appropriate press to, information to members when we're able.
Thank you, Sas. Steve, I suppose our opportunity to at least cover our costs on this is important. I'm not sure necessarily that we're seeking to make any profit out of it.
That's exactly it. You know, where we incur new and additional cost, we're in discussions with health partners to have those covered. Where it's utilising our resource or sites, as Sas mentioned, but there's no direct additional cost to the council of doing so, then we wouldn't look to claim for that. We'd make that available to support the programme.
Thank you. Tim Williams.
Thank you, Ralph. My question, I think, has been partially answered by Judy's question there. I have to agree with Sharon. It has been great work by Herts County Council in regards to this pandemic, along with all the 10 district councils and borough councils, as well as all the charities and community groups as well. It has been all pulling together sort of thing. But yes, I appreciate this report was written 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. I was going to ask about the news today and the vaccinations, the announcement, but I appreciate that near enough all councils, borough councils, county councils, there are sites being earmarked, they are being worked on, and yet that part is embargoed. In regards to vaccination sites, I believe these are being increased throughout Hertfordshire as well. I know in Watford one has been started to be built this morning, and therefore that news is out. There's been press releases on that. But just checking in, that is going to be occurring throughout Hertfordshire, isn't it?
Sas, if you'd like to come back on that one.
Thank you, Chair. So we were tasked with identifying 12 vaccination sites within Hertfordshire County Council, and sorry, excuse me, dog. And we have now got a provisional list of 12 sites that we've put to the Logistics and Site Cell, and they're undertaking stage 2 assessments with NHS colleagues to assess the viability of each of those. And as we progress those, we will be communicating that to members in terms of location when we're able to, as part of the embargo process.
Thank you, Sas. And if he wants to go for a walk, then you'll have to let him out. I think that's all the questions answered that I can see. I'm going to ask members if they would refer to the recommendation on the report, which is panel is invited to recommend that Cabinet considers the contents of this report, including the planned approach to dealing with the financial implications. Can I ask you sorry, Sharon, you wanted to make a further comment?
I just wanted to say, Chair, this continuing embargo is making this the worst kept secret in Hertfordshire. Can we please impress on our NHS colleagues that it will be very reassuring to people in Hertfordshire to know that this is all in hand and underway, and the sooner that they can get the information out there about the sites, I think that the better people will feel about it. So I understand that, you know, they want to do the work first, but let's not keep people hanging around. It doesn't change the way I'm going to vote on the thing, but we do need to impress on our NHS colleagues that that information needs to be out there. People know the vaccine's ready, they know it's coming into hospitals this week, and they want to know when it's going to be available to the wider population. And there's a tiered approach to it, so the sooner we can get that out there, the better. If we can just make sure our NHS colleagues know that.
I'm sure we're impressing upon them the need to be circumspect over the fact that for certain information is already in the public domain, and it looks a bit silly for us to be ignoring that and not confirming some of the information. But I'm sure that's being discussed at the appropriate levels. So can I ask those who are Paul, you've got your hand up just in time.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The reason I wanted to put my hand up at this point was that you pointed us at the recommendations, and I looked at the recommendations again, and I then considered the information that I'd read later on in the report around because the recommendations states recommend to Cabinet considers and notes the contents of the report, which is fine, but then says including the planned approach to dealing with the financial implications. I'm not actually convinced that the report provides any significant detail of what the planned approach to dealing with those implications actually is. What it does say is it's very difficult to project, and we're not entirely sure what's going to happen next year. But does it say what our planned approach is? But I thought our planned approach was, in this context, from what Stephen said in answer to my question earlier, that actually we'd be looking at using contingency to cover the shortfall, and that our budget this year was likely to be balanced, and next year we're going through the IP process. Is that our plan?
Indeed,
I just want some clarity. Really.
It is entirely as you were indicating and questioning. There is brief reference to that in paragraph 8.5 around being funded by service underspends, and as we'll see in the monitor, the extent of those, and if necessary, the corporate contingency budget. So, albeit it's brief, and your question helpfully gave us an opportunity to expand upon it, that's the particular reference.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine, no problem.
Okay, thank you. So if we return to chat and just indicate your position, that would be useful, and we'll move on to the next item. Okay, we've got a confirmation that that's a majority agree. So I will ask, as Stephen is sitting in the frame of my picture anyway, if he will address the next item on the report, which is the financial budget monitor for Q2.
Thank you, Chair. As Ralph outlines, this is the Q2 budget monitor, so 6 months into the financial year. And the bulk of this we have really just touched upon, because the major financial issue for the council this year is the COVID related cost, and outlined in that on our revenue budget, a gap of £4.2 million between our forecast spend and the available grant. You will see in table 1 on page 6 of the report, 176 of the agenda pack, that pressure is reduced, because across the rest of the council's budget we're forecasting underspend of £1.4 million, and so the net impact of those two issues combined is a forecast overspend of £2.8 million, but as we have been discussing, that can be fully covered with the council's contingency budget. That does focus on the revenue position. We do also have some issues in the capital programme. Again, as we've mentioned before, but they are still there around the impact of COVID on our major infrastructure schemes, most specifically the A602 and A120 works, where at the moment we are forecasting a potential pressure of £8.5 million across those schemes. In that case, government hasn't provided any additional grant. So at the moment, the department is sensibly holding back some of the additional highways grant we received this year as cover against it. Clearly, as they are major schemes and work on those continues into next year, it probably will be into next year when we know the full extent of whether there have been delays materialising and that cost impact. But at the moment, that feels like a sensible stance. So those are the two main issues at the Q2 position, and happy to take questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Adam Mitchell.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question on Appendix C, which talks about capital reprogramming. And I was just wondering, am I reading it correct to say that if a figure is in brackets, there's a delay, and if the figure isn't in brackets, that's money being brought forward? Am I reading that correctly?
I'll just get to
it's on page 240 of the pack, or 70 of the report, I think.
Yes, that's absolutely spot on, Adam. Yeah, if it's a negative figure, then the spend that we might have expected to happen in this financial year is now not going to happen until next financial year. Actually, where it's a positive figure, we've been able to advance some of those schemes, and if anything, we're spending slightly ahead of schedule.
Thank you very much.
Paul Sikowski.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise a question around that £8.5 million of funding that's been ring-fenced for the A602 and A120 projects. How often is that situation and the potential for overspend on those projects because of COVID reviewed? Because it hasn't changed since the last time we met. I just wondered whether it was reviewed quarterly or monthly, or how frequently is a potential for overspending that reviewed? Because the longer that money sits ring-fenced for those projects, the longer it is until any highways maintenance that it could potentially pay for before that gets done. So, the longer the delay on any of that money being spent on the highways maintenance side of things. So I just wondered how often it was reviewed.
Okay. Probably 2 points to make. Thank you, Paul. I think the first one is we undertake monitoring of the capital programme on a monthly basis. So whilst the reports come into panel quarterly, the monitor is produced monthly. So those discussions between finance and colleagues in highways take place monthly. There has been some shift in the position. Members may recall in the early part of the year, the initial forecast was that the pressure could be as high as £11 million. So clearly there has been some shift downwards on that. And as a result, as soon as that became apparent, then that funding was released so works could be committed. But as I was sort of mentioning in the introduction, I think there is a potential that it won't be until next financial year where we really know the scale of that position and whether that further funding could be released for further works.
Thank you.
Sharon Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to refer back to your comments at full council recently when you did say that the government indeed has not kept its promise to local government to fully fund the costs and lost income from COVID. And we certainly see that in this report. Although the net pressure is 2.8 million, we do have a pressure there of 4.2 million. Which we are able to cover from our own resources, but nevertheless they are pressures that haven't been met by government funding. And when we listened to the Chancellor and the CSR the other day, that most of the additional funding that is, or a substantial portion, I should say, of the additional funding that's coming forward does rely on a 5% council tax increase, which including the social care precept, which will be on our very hard-pressed residents. And we are already seeing levels of arrears in council tax and council rents, indeed, that are much higher than they were in the previous year. So I just wanted to flag up that we are not receiving the full amount of the cost of COVID from government, although the contributions are, of course, welcome, but it doesn't meet the promise that was made to us. The question I wanted to raise was, I've raised the issue around the IP process, about the fact that when the way the IP works, it tends to look at small sections of the budget. Well, they're not, none of our budgets are small, but it tends to look at the departmental budgets individually, and you go into a group and you deal with the individual budget. So I've asked if this panel can have an oversight piece of work to be done on the overall budget, so we can get oversight of the whole of the predicted budgets for next year. And one of the reasons for doing that clearly is because COVID has had such a fundamental impact on budgets. And we've heard a number of examples this morning around SEND, around children's services. Public health is another area where I know that there's been a lot of pressure on resources, and certainly for adult care. I think it's really important that this panel looks with a more sort of helicopter view at the upcoming budget. So I've asked if we could have a session with your blessing, Chair, that takes a more a wider perspective on our budget than just the way the IP works, which looks at very segregated sections of our budget. So they're my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. To deal with I'll just comment on the first, and then I invite some officers to come in on the others. I think you're right in so much as I am as concerned as you are that central government meets its obligations in terms of providing us with sufficient funds to meet the COVID costs. Although we are marginally short of our expectations at the moment, there are some COVID costs coming through in the announcement that was made by the Chancellor on week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And I think once we see those play out, then we may be in a better position to understand exactly how much of those extra funds are going to cover the COVID aspects of our cost profile. I think your reference to the uplift in the precepts, that I think they are there to cover our service increases rather than our COVID costs. But I'll ask Stephen Pillsworth if that's my correct interpretation of that. And once Stephen has covered that point, I'll ask Scott if he'd come in and address the issue in relation to the scrutiny process. Clearly, it's not in my power or his to offer that opportunity for a broader consideration. But I think we have received some positive responses from the scrutiny chairman and officer. And I'll let him address that once Stephen's had an opportunity to either contradict or confirm my previous comments on the cost position.
Just to say, Chair, I am aware that the government has undertaken to do some more of the increased cost recovery, but only for 3 months into the next year. So that's a concern. And some of the funds that have been allocated for this have to last until March 2022. So that's a very long time for some of this funding to stretch. And while none of us knows exactly what's going to happen next year, it's likely it's going to be a difficult year all round. And I think we need to see much more commitment for government to continue funding the deficits for us. But thank you for your answers, and I look forward to hearing from Stephen.
Okay, thank you. I think perhaps just in terms of the first point, I haven't mentioned the last week's spending review so far. There were some high-level announcements that indicated there would be just over £1.5 billion available nationally for councils for COVID costs next year. But at the moment, we don't know how that will be allocated. Hopefully, when we get the more specific local government finance settlement sometime in late December, then all councils will get some indication of what that is. And additional to that, as Sharon outlined, the sales fees and charges grant that we touched upon earlier, the government has indicated that will continue for 3 months of the new financial year. So again, we need to see exactly what that might mean for HCC. In terms of the council tax proposals, so these are being proposed as an option, flexibility around an increase of up to 2% for general council tax and budget issues, and a further 3% for the adult social care precept, which I think many of you will be familiar with from previous years, hence flexibility up to a total increase of 5%. In terms of what it can be spent on, clearly elements of the adult social care precept are earmarked towards being able to increase and maintain spend on adult social care. Within that, I think it might be slightly difficult to completely differentiate between COVID and non-COVID costs, because I think, as we've seen during the course of some discussions today, there is some overlap and blurring between them. So I don't think we would necessarily have to try and split between the two in terms of supporting that spend. Lastly, just on the overall budget arrangements and scrutiny, I'm aware discussions have taken place with the scrutiny team and leads as to how we could best incorporate the sorts of issues that Sharon was referring to into the scrutiny process early next year. I think, again, a number of you will be familiar with, that tends to operate with a half-day session for each portfolio, with a panel of members questioning the portfolio leads, the directors and other senior officers. But as Sharon outlines, quite rightly, I think, there hasn't actually ever been a session where we've looked at the budget overall. And for all the reasons around the impacts COVID's having and some of the other items we've been discussing this morning, that would be, we feel, sensible. So we're looking to work with scrutiny colleagues to get that in place as part of that process.
Thank you, Stephen. I know Scott's left the meeting for a short period of time. I know he had another engagement for a period, and I'm sure he'll be back. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to ask if we can deliberate and agree or otherwise on the recommendations on the report. They are the panel is invited to recommend to Cabinet that and there are 3 items there, which I'm not going to necessarily read out. I think everybody's got the available paperwork. So could I ask you to indicate in the chat line whether you agree, disagree, or you are abstaining, please? Just waiting for final confirmation. Okay, we've got confirmation that that's agreed. Right, we've been going for nearly an hour and 45 minutes. I'm cognizant of the fact that if we do go into the afternoon, we're going to have to stop for lunch somewhere. So I'm going to propose that we have a short 10-minute comfort break and reconvene at 11:50 to continue the agenda. And I'm proposing that we probably, if we have to break for lunch, between sometime between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So could I ask you all to leave your screens and so forth on, perhaps turn your cameras and microphones off, and I'll see you all back here at 11:50. Thank you. is item 9, which is the motion that was deferred to us by Council at its meeting earlier last month. Yes, I think it was last month. And on the 20th of October, in fact. The report has been prepared by our property organisation, and I think Sas Pledger, Assistant Director for Property, is going to give us a short introduction to this, and then we'll get on to the debate. Are you with us, Sas?
Apologies, yes, I'm with you. Okay, so this item is around the installation of signage for accessible Hertfordshire toilets to support people with non-visible disabilities. So this is in response to a motion that was raised at Cabinet. The details of the motion are given in point 2.2, and it's to support the Crohn's and Colitis UK promotion around making more signage available on toilets, public toilets, that state that not every disability is visible. In terms of the recommendation, we recommend that we do look to ensure that accessible toilets on the council bear the not every disability is visible signage. Also that we recognise toilet access, and we ensure that we signpost visitors to changing places as in addition to toilets, and that we incorporate consideration of this in our future accommodation needs and any sort of additional space that we look to take on or modify.
Thank you, Sas. I'll just ask panel members first to ask any questions. Frances Button.
Sorry, I spotted that Stephen wanted to speak. I was happy for, I mean, mine was an observation rather than a question. I'm happy to speak, but I'll leave it to you.
I'll call Stephen in, who is the proposer of the motion, but not necessarily a member of the panel. But I will call him in appropriately. But I'll give the opportunity first to panel members. So if you want to say something, Frances, please do.
Thanks very much indeed. And it struck me as rather strange that my first contribution today relates to toilets, when actually we've had a huge agenda so far, and we've looked at the massive financial implications, but also how we've been addressing the income that's with the grants that have been coming in from the government, what we've been doing about children, adult social care, and all the time pulling in the volunteers, keeping our services going, the libraries and the fire service, and trading standards and anti-fraud, and highways maintenance, which in my area has been exemplary in spite of the incredible pressures. And here I am making a contribution about toilets. So moving swiftly on, I thought this was an interesting comment. I note the recommendation and asking for the comments from the Crohn's and Colitis organisations, hugely important. But there are far more organisations that could help in terms of non-visible conditions. People, as they advance in years, need to use cloakrooms more often. Pregnancy, usually that is visible, but not always. I actually am going to broaden this. I know it's not in the recommendation, but for me, we don't have enough public toilets in our county. I've been really concerned at the reduction in them. My grandchildren, unfortunately for me, they're very happy, all live abroad, different countries, and they have far more access to public toilets than we do. I've got a local example. A public toilet in the South Oxley regeneration was removed, and despite regular requests, it's not being reinstated. So yes, of course, I go with these comments relating to toilets in county council premises, but it is just a little plea out there, you know, districts and boroughs and parish councils, can we just make sure we have enough public toilets available, suitably marked, for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Paul Sikowski.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I did want to raise a question about movers and seconders when it comes to motions that are referred to panel, because motions that are referred to panel from full council are not debated at full council. And what we've got in the paperwork here is that the mover and seconder of this particular motion are not even mentioned, which seems rather unusual and not really what I would have expected to see. You know, if the mover and seconder only get a chance to present it at council and it's then referred on without any further discussion or debate, surely there should be a forum for that debate to happen, and it would seem that this panel is where that should happen. So it's really a question around that and whether we've got our constitution and structures right for this. I'm coming of the opinion that we probably haven't, but I'll leave you to bring your own comments to that table. The second thing that I would like to say is I'm very much supportive and very happy to see the recommendations in the paper, but could I refer you to bullet 2 in the recommendations? In the reading that, I've found that a little bit unclear and potentially confusing, and I would just like, if possible, some clarification or demystifying that. Because I don't quite understand what it's attempting to say. So recognising toilet access at county council key sites as an important public health issue and ensuring that any changing places, toilets in our buildings are properly signposted. The second half of that, after the word "and," seems very clear, very straightforward. Before the "and," I'm really not sure what that recommendation is attempting to achieve. And it may just be an editing issue, but I wondered if I could have some clarification as to what that should say and whether we can agree that the chair maybe after the panel could agree to amend that so it's a bit clearer.
Okay, Paul, I'll ask Sas to come in a second or two. Just let me make my position clear over members and others attending and addressing panels. I'm not sure what the standing orders are in relation to deferred motions. I'm sure the situation would be better off discussed at leader representation level as to how that works. But from my perspective as a chairman of a panel, I'm more than happy for situations where individual members are specifically involved with the initiation, in this instance, of a motion, or if they are specifically affected by a panel paper in their local community area, in their division, then I think if attending the panel and making a contribution, I wouldn't find that unacceptable. And I've made it clear that to Stephen in this instance that as the proposer of the motion, I wouldn't have any objection to him coming along and covering the point that the points that he wishes to raise in relation to that, so long as, of course, members of the panel are permitted to engage with the process first. And I'm not sure I see any further questions on that. But before I move on to ask Stephen, I'm just going to ask Sas if she could just clarify the recommendation wording, if she could.
Thank you, Chair. So there are 3 recommendations to ensure that accessible toilets on council premises bear the "Not Every Disability is Visible" signage, which we would install on the toilet doors. To recognise this, that it is an important public health issue, and to ensure that our toilets on the buildings are properly signposted to visitors, so that we're clear to visitors that in addition to "Not Every Disability is Visible" sign on the door, that we would provide additional information for visitors with regard to where those toilets are located, should someone wish to use it for other purposes. And then also to ensure that we consider the installation of changing places toilets within our future estates plans. So there are three aspects. One is the toilet signage on the door. The other is to ensure that we have those amenities properly signposted for visitors. And three, to consider that we install them when we're doing any modifications or taking on new premises for council use.
Okay, Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to agree with Francis that there's a role for districts and boroughs here to do something similar where there are public toilet facilities available. Of course, the caveat to that is that the introduction of changing places is relatively straightforward when you've got a new building, but putting those in retrospectively can be very costly indeed, and there may be cost implications that prevent that happening immediately. But many of us on the committee are twin hatters, and I think it's a very good thing to take back to our districts and boroughs to encourage the signage type of provision as quickly as possible. It does take me back, Chair, to one of my very first full council meetings at Stevenage, where somebody brought a question to full council about whether we should have hard or soft toilet paper in our toilets, which was a remarkable piece of local government history for me. So, but you know, these are very serious issues for those affected, and the more we can do to assist people, the better. I do fear that with the cost cuts to local government, we may end up in a position where councils are just not able to provide public toilets anymore, and I think that would be shocking and awful for our population. So I do think, you know, the cost implications of this have to be thought through as well. We want to do it, but it's the cost of doing it that may prevent the full programme being implemented.
Thank you, Sharon. There are no other panel members who wish to speak. So, Stephen, this is your motion. I'm more than happy for you to make a representation.
I didn't expect it to actually go on quite so long, actually. I thought it was relatively straightforward. But in fact, trying to cover some of the points, I think Sharon makes a very valid point. In fact, this motion was a similar motion. This was agreed at the committee I chair at Three Rivers District Council earlier this week. Where we've equally made a commitment, and I know that some other authorities have equally already agreed some of this. But obviously, in terms of the upper tier authority, which is the county council, we have a far larger estate in some respects, particularly, and I know we've outsourced to some extent the libraries, but of course, actually, we do expect people to be able to back to using the libraries. And what's not mentioned in the report is that encompasses that. The intention of this was that actually, you know, we do need to have these facilities available for people. I think it's covered within the background. Yes, it's not just Crohn's and colitis that is an issue. There are others. People are affected, maybe short term, in terms of having the need to use public facilities. Others that have to have particular larger toilet facilities for other reasons. I won't go into the detail here because there's no need to bear down on this in terms of your committee. Or panel rather, this afternoon, as we now are. And I think it's important we move forward. The one thing I feel that we need to also do alongside this, and this is what was agreed at Three Rivers, is actually the publicity about it, because what often happens is that most disabilities are not visible. And those of you who still go shopping in supermarkets will no doubt regularly now hear announcements going round, certainly in the supermarket I regularly go to each week, that actually, you know, bear in mind other people's disabilities, they're not always visible, they may not be wearing a mask for a particular reason. Well, the same applies this. They may be going into a fully accessible toilet with no visible signs that they are disabled. And I think it is therefore an educational issue for the rest of us. And I think if nothing's come out of this in terms of COVID, enough that certain positives have, is we need to be more respectful of other people's issues and disabilities and the reasons for it. So alongside this, I would like to see, you know, education going in terms of members of staff, explaining the reason behind this. That's relatively straightforward in what goes out to members of staff on a regular basis, but equally taken on board that actually, in terms of the members of the public likely to use public facilities, The largest members of staff are like to use county council orientated facilities, i.e. libraries, drop-in centres, and obviously we have a much larger estate in many cases. So I'm pleased this is going to be agreed, and I think it is an important move forward, and we shouldn't belittle the subject that actually anyone who suffers from this and any of the effects from it, whether it be temporary or permanently, do find themselves in a difficult position when they can't use these facilities and they're not fully. And you do have to have a much larger accessible toilet in many cases in order for that person to be able to cope with having to deal with and be able to actually go out and be involved within society. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you're going to agree these recommendations, but I'd like the officers to take on board the two particular points I've raised about publicity and ensure this covers equally the estate, whether it be directly under our control or ones that we have outsourced, and indeed where we are using outsourced facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I'll note the point about communication. I'm sure the minutes will refer to that. I'm just going to go back to Sass and confirm with her that the estate that we're talking about is all of the county council's estate, including its libraries, whilst it exists, whilst it holds them, and that all of our premises will be receiving the same service level address.
Thank you, Chair. So the signage will be installed on applicable toilets within our estate, so including children's centres, libraries, etc., where applicable.
Thank you, Sass. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to ask members to reflect on the recommendations under this item. Again, I'm not going to read them out. They're printed in the report. May I ask you to engage with the chat function and either support, object, or abstain, please. Okay, I received confirmation that that's been agreed. Thank you, Sass, for that presentation. I'm now going to move on to item 10, which is the Sustainability Heart Strategy. And again, this is one where I'm inviting Julie Greaves to make a shortened presentation, but nonetheless an important one. So this is going to be a little bit longer than a contextual proposal. Julie, I think you've got some slides that you want to share with us. So if you're able to put those on the screen and deliver your presentation, please.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, panel. I have got some slides just to go through because the documents that you've received are comprehensive and lengthy. So I'm just going to use the PowerPoint slides to be able to take you through. I hope that you can see that okay.
If you could, that's great. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay. So as members will be fully aware, the County Council declared a climate emergency in last July at the same time as unveiling the new corporate plan, and together with that climate emergency there was a commitment made to deliver the Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy. That strategy was prepared and was approved at March Cabinet this year. The approval of that particular action plan was then to be accompanied by a detailed action plan, and the detailed action plan would then set out how the strategy and its 3 areas of influence could then be achieved and delivered across the whole of the authority. So the 3 areas of influence are to be a leader in our own operations. So what can we do that we are in control of and we have in terms of our operations and our services, and then also to enable and inspire, so via policies and programmes and via interaction and communications with everybody else across Hertfordshire. So Appendix A to the panel paper is the action plan. It is a very detailed document. It has over 200 actions in it, and I have to say that we had much more than 200 actions put forward. We had considerable levels of engagement in this exercise during the pandemic and during lockdown, and even so, officers were very much engaged in the process and put forward lots and lots of actions for us to consider. We considered all of the actions that were put forward, and we had to rationalise them, consolidate them, and then group them together into the 200 actions that you have before you in Appendix A. They are set out as quick wins, which can be delivered within existing resources, and they can be found at pages 7 to 12 and 27 of Appendix A. And then key works programmes, which need to be further investigated before we can fully understand the cost implications and the scope of their impacts. And they can be found at pages 13 to 24 and 27 to 30 of the action plan. And then future works programmes, and these are aspirations we really do want to investigate, and they will need full scoping for us to understand the full cost implications and how we can achieve them over the coming years. And they can be found pages 24 to 26 and 31 to 32 of Appendix A. We also, for completeness, have business as usual, and that is set out as an appendix to the action plan. And the reason for this was to give members a full appreciation of everything that's already being done through the County Council, because we are already pursuing actions that relate to climate change and sustainability. And then Appendix B is the web-based version of the action plan. This is very much less detailed, and it's intended to be an easy read version of the action plan. So we have highlighted the high level actions in Appendix B rather than publicising the full 200 actions. The intention being that Appendix B will be placed on the website, our own Sustainable Hertfordshire web pages, alongside the adopted strategy. So this paper has been presented and will be presented to all of the Cabinet panels, and I'm going to focus specifically relating to resources and performance. But in terms of the 200 actions listed, there are 19 enabling actions which we see as true priorities, and these are set out, duplicated at page 4 to 6, and they've been highlighted as priorities because we need to do these to be able to then open us up to the other actions that are set out within the plan. Each action also includes a lead portfolio in terms of its responsibility for delivery, but it's clear that there will be collaboration needed across the whole of the authority to be able to maximise on these actions and ensure that we do make a difference. So as I said, specifically relating to resources and performance, there are a lot of actions that fall within this portfolio because of the fact that we are responsible for a large estate. So some of the quick wins that we've identified are around locking in the positives from COVID, for example, behavioural change in terms of travelling, looking at smart worker, for example, and devices that we can use to help us to be a more sustainable organisation through encouraging our staff to work differently, and that includes implementing our travel plans. And there's also the need to provide a baseline level of all of our owned and leased properties so that we can fully understand the carbon implications and look for any benefits that we can when they come up for contract renewal, and also pursuing and continuing our purchasing of renewable energies. Again, some other quick wins, looking at procurement to make sure that we have sustainability aspirations in our procurement, stop buying promotional items, fairly simple level actions in terms of what we buy, and promoting alternative levels of transport, etc. And also developing our briefs so that they are taking into account sustainability aspirations as well in terms of what we're asking others to do on our behalf and what we are procuring and purchasing. And then there's lots relating to the HCC rural estate and how we can operate that potentially differently and look at pollinator friendly land management, for example, and we already have the adopted pollinator strategy. In terms of key works programmes, so these are ones that we need to do a little bit more work on in terms of feasibility, but we'd like to do that within the next 1 to 5 years. Again, this is very much focused on HCC as an estate and looking at the school estate and also the non-school estate. So there's a lot of actions in there that are focusing on the schools, looking at energy and with regard to existing buildings, but also looking at specifications for new build and asking for options of net zero carbon to be put forward for us to consider. And there's also some actions in there around EV charging and making sure that HCC own car parks, for example, have EV charging points, so that it makes it easier for our staff and our visitors to be able to make that switch to less carbon intensive travel modes. Again, more key works programmes. Again, some of these focus on schools, but also locking in those positives, as I said, in terms of behavioural change, so that we can provide more sustainable travel options, looking at car share, for example, and also, again, looking at sustainable procurement strategies for everything that we buy, regardless of the level of cost, making sure that we do take into account the carbon implications, and also looking at the estate and to see whether or not we can host solar panels on some other areas of the estate. Moving on to key works programmes, this is looking at leases and tenancies, and also providing information for when we are the planning authority for our own development. So influencing our own development where we are the determining authority. So, for example, fire stations, archive building, for example, and other areas. And then also looking at biodiversity and more widely across the HCC estate, can we enhance biodiversity where we can, and look at compensation measures in terms of providing compensation for carbon offsetting and also biodiversity offsetting as well where we can. So the bigger area of works in terms of resources and performance, we would like to look at renewable energy incentives for others. So, for example, HCC staff, now that we are more focusing working at home, looking at our investment strategies, making sure that things that we are providing in terms of services are ready for future climate. So that's about adaptation. Making sure that there's consistency with our other projects and programmes. So, for example, local transport plan. Shaping our future, which is our whole workforce strategy, and making sure that we are all engaged in that, and there's a sustainability view on all of those other works programmes. And of course, we've also got the solar farm that's progressing in St Albans. And then again, looking at HCC tenanted farms and seeing whether or not we can engage with them to do things slightly differently. And that brings me on to the rural estate in particular, and we're very much engaged with the rural estate and they are currently looking to review their long-term strategy, and we will be very much engaged with them in terms of what that strategy may be able to deliver, both in terms of HCC estate and also in terms of biodiversity and the seeking to achieve the ambitions that are set out within the Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy, as well as the other Hertfordshire County Council objectives that we have. As well as actions that are specifically related to resources and performance, there will obviously be lots of other actions, and these are some of them that will need collaboration. Very quickly, tree strategy, working on communication strategies and education and awareness, undertaking risk assessments on all of our estate, engaging with landowners, and then lots of other issues around heating, electrification, renewables and biodiversity. And in general, to make sure that we're looking at our carbon footprint and to be able to identify where we can reduce it primarily and then offset where we need. Just quickly before I go on to timetable, just to say that there has been concern raised in terms of financing and funding, and we appreciate that this is a significant area of works that will need considerable investment. And it's important that we look at our normal business processes through a sustainability lens. So if you are coming to renew a vehicle, for example, you look at other options that are different to diesel or petrol as part of your normal reviewing process. We're also looking at other funding mechanisms. So we have applied to the LGA, for example, for some funding. We've applied to DEFRA for some funding, and we're making full use of the government's decarbonisation agenda via the SAILEX bidding process. And we have some SAILEX bids that are in at the moment, and we're hoping for some feedback on those by the 11th of December. And we are also preparing a catalogue of financing options that we would like to then share so that people have got an idea of where they might be able to fund these particular actions. And of course, there's also the normal bidding process in terms of the integrated plan and budgetary considerations that we're also exploring at the moment. In terms of other issues that have been raised at other panels, just to say that there is a very clear link with Hertfordshire Climate Change and Sustainability Partnership, and also linking into the work of the Hertfordshire Growth Board. And there's also a concern around monitoring of all of these actions, and I can come on to that if there is a question raised with regard to monitoring. I can explain the process that we're suggesting in terms of monitoring and reporting back to the relevant panels. So, for example, reporting back to Resources and Performance panel on the actions specifically related to that portfolio. So, as I said, the action plan is being presented to every single Cabinet panel. This is the 5th panel that I've attended, and I will be attending the others tomorrow and next week, with a view to then presenting the final version with comments taken into account to Cabinet on the 14th and then County Council on the 15th of December. There are specific recommendations, as I said, noting Appendix A because it's a business as usual and understanding that we are continuing on that work. Agree quick wins, agree key works programmes and agree future works programmes. I'm sure that Chair, you'll go back over those recommendations after we've had opportunity for comment and debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got some questions that have come forward. Adam Mitchell first.
Thank you for the report. I wanted to ask about the biodiversity improvements that we're after. I have a broad understanding, I think, of what that means, but when it comes to an improvement of 20% or a net benefit of 20%, I'm not quite sure what that means. I'm a bit more unsure about that. So I just wondered if you had any more information about how that's calculated or what factors go into the calculation or where we could find more information on that.
Yes, thank you. That is an issue that's been raised a couple of times, and it's something that we're working on actually via the HCCSP, in particular relating to biodiversity, because we need to establish a county-wide baseline, and that's a county-wide baseline in terms of our own organisation and our own assets, and then county-wide in terms of everybody else's land and what we may be able to achieve in partnership with our District and Borough Council colleagues and the Local Enterprise Partnership. So we need to establish that baseline first, because then that will give us an understanding of what is on site within a particular area via looking at species and habitat, to then be able to see how we can improve it and by which percentage or which degree we can improve it. So we fully understand that 20% is a little bit difficult to understand at the moment. That is something that we're working on, and it will very much relate to the specifics that come out from that baseline work. We have worked through the partnership to draw up a scope, and that scope is still being worked on at the moment. We have also sought advice from Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust on this particular issue, and we will continue to engage with external bodies to make sure that we are working in the right way to define the baseline and then look at opportunities for enhancement and improvement on the HCC estate and via our wider partnership agreements.
I think I was wondering, is there like a universally accepted sort of calculation that goes between different organisations? That's probably what I was looking for.
Yeah, yes. That would come along. So yes, there's a specific metric that is being established or has actually been established for biodiversity net gains, and that is also something that we are working on and looking at implementing. We're waiting to see what comes through the Environment Bill, that's going through Parliament at the moment. That will give us some more information on biodiversity net gains and the implementation of that, so that there is a specific metric, and it has been established by DEFRA and Natural England, and that's certainly something that we will all work towards. So yes, there is a metric in place.
Thank you.
Sharon Taylor.
Thank you very much, and I really welcome this paper, a huge step towards some of the climate change and environmental changes we want to see across the county. And also thank you to Julie for a briefing on the paper before the meeting. My questions are, you've referred to funding, Julie, and I think that's a big issue. There are some massive potential costs included in this paper. As far as I can see, that's not costed yet, and it needs to be, and it needs to be built into not just this coming IP, but all of the the ongoing IP future planning, because if we are going to meet the ambition, and it is an ambitious plan, this one, then we need to see where the funds are coming from. If you just think about EV charging points as an example, massively expensive to put in. You need different kinds for different types of vehicles, and so on and so on. So there are a significant range of costs in here, which I think will need consideration. Second question was about the Herts Growth Board, which has a significant stream of work on environment and diversity. Environment and sustainability. And I think this work needs linking in with what Herts Growth Board are doing, so that we're not duplicating work, and that we've all got the same goals and ambitions going forward. And the third point was about how this plan is going to be monitored. Julie is patiently going through all the panels at the moment, presenting this to every panel, but we will need to see exactly where that's going to be monitored. And I do think, it can go to the Herts Sustainability Panel, but I do think it needs to be part of one of the formal panels of this council, so that it is, there is an accountability in public for the delivery of the plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Julie,
you.
would you like to respond to any of those, please?
Yes, absolutely. So the first point on funding, yes, you're absolutely right, Sharon. There are a lot of actions in here that will need to be fully costed. And that's one of the reasons why we set it out in terms of the quick wins, where we know we can deliver those within existing, and then looking at the next ones in terms of 1 to 5 years, and then the next ones in terms of 5 to 10 years. The detailed action plan at Appendix A to the report, some of the actions have been estimated in terms of low, medium or high in terms of their cost. That is very much an estimate, but it does give us a little bit of an idea around how much this may well cost us. And the reason for that was to try and prioritise some of those, so that the ones that cost less we can hopefully implement sooner rather than later. In terms of your specific example around EV charging points, that is something we will be working together with the district and borough councils, and industry is also making great leaps and bounds in this particular area as well. And so there are lots of things that are happening outside of the organisation that will have an impact on cost. Industry is definitely stepping up to the mark, and that will help hopefully then lead to more competition in all of this climate change agenda, and therefore bring prices down, because it will be seen as the norm to be able to buy something that is more sustainable and more green. So we are hoping for changes externally in terms of the market to come up to our requirements, for us to ask for those requirements on a more regular basis, so that then the industry know that they need to submit to us those kinds of standards, setting the bar quite high. But yes, we will need to take into account options that are delivered to us to consider in terms of the finances and what the carbon implications may well be. In terms of the Hertfordshire Growth Board, the Hertfordshire Leaders Group recommended the creation of the Hertfordshire Climate Change and Sustainability Partnership, and that was specifically related to the fact that the Growth Board is the mechanism for delivering a considerable level of growth across Hertfordshire, unprecedented levels of growth across Hertfordshire. And it was felt that sustainability and climate change was such a big agenda that it needed to sit outside of the Growth Board, but feed into the subject areas and the topics of conversation. So the HGCSP has been created. That's at a member level, and that is meeting very regularly. We've had, I think, six meetings already, and we have defined work programme that we're pursuing through the HGCSP. We also have the Hertfordshire Sustainability Officers Group, which is the officer working group of which I am chair, and we are pursuing the action plans relating to carbon accounting and reduction, biodiversity, water and transport. So, and all of the actions that we're taking through those action plans relate to the policies and the prospectuses that are being developed via Hertfordshire Growth Board. So there is a clear link there, and we really are trying to, all 11 of us plus the LEP, work together to really make a bigger difference, greater than the sum of our parts. Monitoring, yep, that's been raised at every single panel, and as I said during the brief presentation, what I think will happen and what will need to be debated further and confirmed is that we'll need to report back on specific actions relating to a portfolio, to that portfolio, maybe every 6 months. But we'll also need to have a high-level dashboard related to the 9 ambitions. And we're working with colleagues in data and performance team at the moment to define a dashboard for us. Excuse me, and then so we'll have the 9 ambitions that are being monitored as an overarching council view, and then also the individual actions so that we can attribute those back to a specific portfolio to be able to report back.
Thank you, Julie. Paul Zakowski.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of things that I wanted to sort of ask about, and I'll start with the last one first because it refers to what you were just talking about to Sharon about the monitoring, because there was a proposal. What you've just outlined, having a dashboard to show how the overall council performance is going, is all well and good, but where is that dashboard? What section of the organisation is the responding authority to that dashboard? There was a proposal in one of the previous panels that actually that overarching view of the entire council performance may be solved by having a MAG that looks at climate change and addressing sustainability issues. And I'd just like to suggest that might actually be a way for that dashboard to be monitored and direction downwards to particular panel areas may actually be a useful structure in that. It does seem to me to make some sort of sense. I'd be interested to see perhaps what Ralph has to say about that as an executive member and with the authority to perhaps influence that decision. I'd roundly welcome the plan, and it does come across as very effective and thorough. But I think this actually touches on the subject Adam was talking about earlier, in terms of actually monitoring and understanding a baseline for biodiversity, but also other environmental factors. One of the things that comes out of that is, well, if you change the baseline or you change the mitigation to a different area or so on, what is the sum total of that? That comes down for me to environmental accounting. And at that point, one of the things that you have to decide the value of is ecosystem services. So, a good example of coming up with a balance in council speak between ecosystem services and best fiduciary outcome is whether an area is developed for housing or whether it's maintained as greenbelt open space with a biodiversity value. We've got examples of that in Enfield Chase Forest. There was a really cracking example, I think, that came to council a couple of years ago in the rail freight terminal discussions, where we were saying actually the best financial outcome for the council might be to put housing on this site. The second one might be we're going to be compelled to sell it for a rail freight terminal. But actually there was really strong arguments that this should remain greenbelt, both for mental health concerns for local residents, for access to countryside, for biodiversity reasons, for flooding mitigation, for aquifer recharge, and a whole range of environmental services that area provides. So I'm wondering where in this is that kind of, particularly when we're talking about the rural estate, where is the environmental accounting structure in this plan? Because I would like to see that. I'm sure it's there, and I'd just like a little bit of assurance that that's where we're heading and that will be properly sort of accounted for. The final thing that I will say is I'm just a little disappointed in one line in the plan. Where it suggests that we aim for zero waste to landfill by 2030. And I guess from our previous engagements, Julie, you'll know where I'm going with this. You know, I'm not particularly keen to see us dump carbon dioxide into the atmosphere rather than dumping waste into landfill and producing methane. I think it's not a big step up, that waste hierarchy, to go from the very bottom rung to the second rung up. I'd like to see us have an ambition and a vision to be higher up that list. So, you know, I'd perhaps challenge and push back and say, well, you know, should we not be putting in a visionary objective of zero waste rather than zero waste to landfill?
Julie, would you be in a position to respond to some of those questions? I'll come back on a couple of them at the end.
Absolutely, yes, that's fine. Excuse me. In terms of waste, you're absolutely right in terms of my previous role and our wish to push waste up the hierarchy, and obviously that is going to still be the focus and the reason behind the waste local plan is to push waste up much further up the hierarchy. In terms of the Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy, there are specific actions in there relating to circular economy and the wish to really push circular economy through the planning process and through the work that we're involved in terms of HCC as an organisation, again, to look at waste as a resource rather than waste, so not creating waste in the first instance. And I like the idea of having a much more ambitious target. That one specifically related to HCC in terms of what we're going to be able to dispose of through our own estate. And I believe that we are not sending things to landfill already. So wider in terms of the Hertfordshire County Council, again, working through Herts Waste Partnership as Waste Disposal Authority and as Waste Planning Authority, we are seeking to make sure that our waste is dealt with in the most appropriate manner, and seeking to achieve that waste is much further up the waste hierarchy. And you're absolutely right, we want to pursue a circular economy way of working through our own organisation and also across the county and via our work with Hertfordshire Climate Change and Sustainability Partnership. And very much quite a lot of waste planning authorities are now focusing on circular economy rather than calling themselves waste. And that's also been relevant in terms of our household waste recycling centres being now called recycling centres. So trying to view waste as a resource rather than a waste. So yes, understand that there's a greater ambition. In terms of monitoring, I'll leave Ralph to come back on the MAG. And in terms of options for HCC land, it's something that will need to be taken into account in the round. And that's why the action plan talks about engaging with rural estate and engaging with property in their long-term strategy reviews, so that those can reflect on Sustainable Hertfordshire ambitions and hopefully then take those on board with regard to their future decisions. It needs to be around co-benefits and what's best in terms of the return, and that may well be a combination of things, and looking at the options that are presented that we can deliver on those particular sites. So I'll let Ralph come back on those 2 points as well.
Okay, thank you. I accept the fact that there is a debate at the moment within the administration, and clearly it's an important one in relation to where sustainability will lie in the within the portfolios of the various executive members, whether in fact there should be a separate portfolio. But I think that discussion hasn't yet been concluded, and I think the MAG option is still on the table, but I'm not sure yet whether it's been integrated into or considered as part of the solution that we will need to agree in terms of integrating sustainability, both as an area for reporting, but also as a solution to an overarching consideration, as these action plans are embedded in each of the existing executive member areas. So that debate still carries on, and we are considering how that might be resolved. I wanted to just cover the funding issues, and I think it's important to recognise that that the Hertfordshire county taxpayer is not probably going to be in a position to fund the significant sums of money that are going to be necessary to achieve all of the actions that are within this plan. The burden shouldn't fall on the local taxpayer entirely. Clearly, within the IP process, there's the opportunity to provide certain funding for the near future. But I think government needs to step up and provide a climate funding solution, or a solution that will address climate issues that either can be bid into or be provided as a significant contribution to our overall costs. And I think they can also look at some of the areas that that they currently have, like Section 106 monies, to ensure that where impact on climate change is relevant to new developments, for instance, that sums of money appropriately can be obtained from new developments to address those. So I think there is a big debate around where funding comes from and how we're going to be able to obtain it. So those are the comments that I would make. Julie, I don't know whether there's anything else you'd like to add. There are no other questions, but oh, wait a minute. Tim Williams has stuck his hand up at the last moment. So Tim.
Thank you very much, Ralph. It's probably a question to yourself, if that's okay, being part of the executive political leadership type question, and especially with your comments just now regarding the funding and whether the government can step up and make significant contributions. But yeah, a lot of the goals here, as in highlighted in the plan, of course, is for Herts County Council and their operations to become carbon neutral by 2030. I think a lot of people know that's an ambitious target, but do you think the County Council can get there?
Well, I think we've made significant strides already. I think our rural estates, the fact that we're looking to, our rural estates have embraced the climate change agenda. We've embraced the need to look at our where we buy our energy supplies from to ensure that they are carbon neutral themselves. We're even looking at, I think, at the opportunity to generate our own opportunities for green energy, and subject to the appropriate approvals, we're going to be making significant contributions to that. My anticipation is that the trajectory of our position is within our capacity to achieve, subject to external forces which we may not be entirely under our control. So I think there is an expectation from the team that are working on this that trajectory should be achievable, subject to our capacity to deliver the contributions that are being sought from energy and generated energy, etc., etc. And there may well be opportunities beyond that as well. So I am positive that we are heading in the right direction. There are clearly there's clearly a long way to go between there and now, and anything could trip us up. But I think we're heading in the right direction.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to ask everybody to consider the recommendations which are in the printed report. There are 2, 4, 6, 7 bullet items on page. Well, it's actually in my agenda, so I'm not sure which page it's on. But if you'd like to indicate in the chat function whether you are supportive, against, or abstain, please. Okay, if we got confirmation that that's been agreed, Now I'm going to look, just looking at the next items on our agenda. We have 3, 4, 5 further items. We are now at 12:45. I think before we start into what are general significant, well, they are reports which we might find of interest and need to have extensive questions on. I'm just wondering whether we should now break for lunch and reconvene at 1:15. That gives us half an hour to have something to eat, stretch our legs, and we'll get back, and perhaps we'll be able to get this finished by 2 o'clock or just after. So I'm proposing now that we suspend the meeting, take 30 minutes for lunch and a stretch, and come back in at 1:15 to reconvene the meeting and finish the agenda. So you can leave your cameras and your devices on, but switch off the camera and microphone, and I will see everybody back at 1:15. Thank you. Welcome everyone back from lunch. Hope everyone is still with us. Those I know there are some who may well leave us later on, depending on how long the meeting lasts. But hope everybody is back with us who can be. We left with our next item as being item 11, which is the Human Resources Annual Report. And I think Sarah Dedswell is going to be presenting this. So Sarah, over to you. Make it a short introduction and then we'll ask questions.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Thank you, Chair. Hello, panel. Good afternoon. So I would like to present briefly on these two reports. The HR annual report, which we previously brought to panel as the workforce report, and the workforce equalities profile. Both of these reports are produced annually, and we share share both of them with you for your information and to ask any questions. The reports are based on data up to the end of March 2020, so apologies for the delay in bringing them to you to panel this year. Normally we would bring them to a September panel. The reports are based on data either as at the 31st of March or based upon the year to the 31st of March. So just to give you a brief introduction to the two documents, the Workforce Equalities Profile is a profile that we produce annually as part of the public sector equalities duty to demonstrate that we're monitoring the workforce by equalities and that we are advancing equality of opportunity. So we do that by providing an overview of protected characteristics of our staff. And we break that down within the document, paying attention to areas such as the top 5% of earners, apprentices, turnover, recruitment, and workforce representation. The Workforce Equalities Profile this year, we've rebranded in order to complement our diversity and inclusion strategy, which was launched back in June. So it has the same look and feel and highlights the same priorities that we've recognised as an organisation we need to focus on more closely. Just to clarify that those strategy priorities are to increase the proportions of BAME staff in senior roles, also the proportion of women progressing into senior roles. We also want to increase the proportion of the workforce who are comfortable to share that they have a disability with us, so that we can provide the appropriate support. We also are focusing on under 25s as well to see if we can increase the proportion of our workforce who are under 25. The HR annual report includes an overview of some key HR metrics, as well as providing an overview of how the HR department has supported the organisation over the year. Section 1 in particular relates to some key HR metrics. So we've focused particularly on the report in the following metrics. So we've included in section 1 a summary of the increase in headcount, which took place between March 2019 and March 2020. So that was an increase of 117 heads. We've outlined the increase in pay bill as a direct result of the increase in headcount. We've also summarised the reduction in turnover, involuntary turnover across the organisation between those 2 points in time, a reduction in sickness, and also a reduction in temp spend in that same period. So I think they are probably the key points to summarise, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. We have a question from Sharon Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. 3 quick points from me. I couldn't find out from the document whether you have the number of workers that have been furloughed for Hertfordshire County Council. I'd be interested in that figure if it's available. Second point was around 513 and listening to some of the discussion at the Generation Stevenage event yesterday, I wondered if we were targeting some of the workers that are coming out of retail. And sadly, there's been another announcement at lunchtime that Bond Marsh has gone under. So I wondered if we're targeting those retail sector workers for potential health and social care work. I think it's worth doing, and I've launched a project in Stevenage called Quest to help people to transition to areas with different skills where they might need to. And the third one is 631. I appreciate the report was written a little while ago, but the pay agreement has been made now with the trade unions and they agreed to the 2.75%.
Fine.
Thanks.
Could you answer any of those questions?
Yes, absolutely. Firstly, in terms of the furloughed staff, I think this is something that arose since we produced the reports. There's been a delay there. There were a minimal number of staff furloughed across Herts County Council. I believe it was largely the a number of staff within Herts Music Service who were furloughed. I'll be able to get an exact figure for you, but there were a very limited number of staff that we did actually furlough. On point 513, thank you for sharing that information about Stevenage. Certainly, we've got a number of big recruitment programs underway. We're currently looking at resourcing and working with Stevenage Borough Council to source workers for a testing hub. So there will certainly be some real interest in sourcing workers from the area. So I think I will pass on the details to our resourcing team, and if they require any further information, I'll ask them to be in touch with you, Sharon, if that's okay. And the final point on 613, thank you, noted that the agreement had been made since the document had been produced.
Thank you. On furlough, I think the issue here was that staff who were directly working for the county council were not capable of being furloughed in that respect. Our furlough staff were in our commercial arm, and Stephen Spilsworth, I think, perhaps could give you just a little bit more coverage on which elements of our commercial activity were able to utilise the furlough scheme. So, Stephen, could you do that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And indeed, in terms of county council employees, it's exactly as Sarah outlined in the music service. And whilst there was a general expectation, exactly as the Chair outlined, that county council staff wouldn't be furloughed, there were some allowances in areas that were trading, and effectively that traded income covered the salaries of those staff, which was why in that one area we were able to consider that. But clearly there are also some traded entities the council have that are wholly owned companies, where because they are a separate company, then different arrangements arise. So, for example, with Herts Catering in particular, I'm aware that a number of staff within Herts Catering were furloughed and were able to do so because they're a separate company. And clearly, particularly during the summer term, whilst children were not in schools, in the main, meals were not being provided during that period.
Thank you. Eric Buckmaster has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Sarah. Just on page 8, the BAME representation, it says it's increased from 14.5% to 15.1% of the workforce. I guess there's always a difficulty in comparing with earlier periods, because it's saying it's above the economically active population of Hertfordshire based on the 2011 census. So I was just wondering, is there any other way of getting more up-to-date data other than census so that we can draw a closer comparison? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point. We have tended to use the census, and of course that data is quite out of date now. We're looking forward to the next census. I think I'll take that point forward for considering for the next report next year in terms of how we can find some other more recent comparisons. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any. So the recommendation under 11 is the panel are asked to note the contents of both reports and raise any questions about the content. I think we have, and we just need to, for formality purposes, to go into chat and either agree or disagree or abstain. So please do so. Oh, hold on one second. Before we do that, Paul has come in with a very late question.
Well, it wasn't so much a question, it was more an observation. The recommendation is for both reports, but that I think refers to item 12. I'm assuming that we'll be looking at item 12 as a separate report, won't we?
We will indeed, and I think the recommendation relates to the Human Resources Annual Report, but also the Work Equalities Profile. So I guess whether you call it a report or a profile, I'm not sure, but I think it's those two items.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted that clarity, that was all.
That's fine. Okay, if we can go into chat and cast our votes, please. Just waiting for confirmation. I don't think it's a close run thing. Right, confirmation that that report is agreed. Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, for that presentation.
Thank you.
And the next item is item 12, which is the Diversity and Inclusion Annual Report. And Faisal Hakim is going to give us a short introduction to the report, and you can then ask some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, panel. So this is our annual reporting on our diversity and inclusion report, based on our current strategy for equality and diversity. I should add, this is the last report we're reporting back on the current strategy because that comes to an end this year. And the overall message, what we're saying in this strategy is that, you know, we are an inclusive county. It takes into account, obviously, the pandemic and some of the inequalities that have been highlighted through the pandemic and the work that the council has been doing to address some of those disproportionate impacts that the pandemic has had on communities. The report is split into 3 key areas based on the Equality Act. Theme 1 is on eliminating discrimination. Theme 2 is on advancing equality of opportunity. And theme 3 is on fostering good relations. And then our final section sets out our ambition for developing a new diversity and inclusion strategy. We're out for consultation on our draft themes for the new strategy at the moment, with a survey as well that's available on the Herts County Council website for individuals to fill out and feedback to us on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, please? Not seeing any immediately. Perhaps I'll ask one then. The new strategy that we're seeking to establish, clearly we need to ensure that we get everybody's buy-in to this, and I'd just like to ask what the arrangements are being made to ensure that we get all of the information that we need, particularly from those sectors of the community who are less represented in terms of formal arrangements and so forth. So could you just give us an idea of how we're going about that?
Yes, Rafa, happy to. So we've been engaging with our partnerships on developing the new strategy. So we've been holding a number of workshops. We had 2 drop-in sessions. We've got one tomorrow. We held one last week. In total, we've had 57 participants who have have agreed to come to the workshops. We're also holding specific workshops with specific groups and partnerships. So, for example, yesterday we held one with the Hearts Interfaith Forum. We've got one with the BAME network that is going to take place on Monday. We also got a workshop with the LBGT Partnership the following week, and we're also going to be engaging with the co-production board, the ACS co-production board, so ensuring that we have as wide as possible input as we can do, specifically, as you said, Ralph, highlighting those specialist groups. It's really important.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Doesn't seem as though oh, okay, Judy.
It's actually not a question. I just want to say how incredibly exciting it is hearing about this progress and recognising that it's being done absolutely properly, and not just for legal compliance reasons. And I'm so heartened to hear the officer's report and the different steps that are being taken to make sure that it really makes an impact. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Judy, for those comments. Bob Deering.
Yeah, really quick, Ralph. I'd just like to completely echo what Judy said. I think this is excellent work, and I think it's terrific that HCC has been, as it were, ahead of the game on this. It's great stuff. We should be proud of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to reference the recommendations which are in the paper. There are 3 bullet points, which are to recommend to Cabinet to note the progress outlined in this report, note that this is the final annual progress report in the current strategy, and note that the Council is currently consulting on draft themes for the communities, services and partnership element of the Council's new diversity and inclusion strategy. If you'd like to go into chat and indicate your position, I would appreciate that. Okay, I think we've got a confirmation that that's been agreed. Okay, moving on to item 13, which I think is going to be of a particular interest to us all, although I'm not sure we necessarily have a great deal to add to the last report. But I understand that Guy Pratt, having now retired, Ed Knowles is going to be giving us the update that he would otherwise have given. So, Ed.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, panel. As the Chairman mentioned, a very brief update on this topic. At the time of writing, we had expected there might be some progress in the negotiations that would provide us with a clearer picture as to whether we are looking at a negotiated trade agreement or a no deal. As of this morning, I'm afraid I'm still none the wiser. Unless any of you have got other sources of information, I don't think there's any further movement other than the back and forth we're hearing across the negotiation teams. As a consequence, there are no significant issues to update committee on since your last update in October. Just to reassure you, weekly EU transition management team meetings continue to meet on a weekly basis to assess each department's readiness. And as of this week, we'll be strengthening the link between the EU transition incident management team and the COVID incident management team in recognition of the potential for these issues to overlap and complicate one another. Our main risks, as highlighted in the report, continue to relate to potential increased demand on regulatory services, particularly given the role these services are playing in terms of COVID secure and other regulations. Excuse me, sorry. Apologies, Chair.
Okay. I'll just give Ed an opportunity to engage with us.
Apologies for that. Bear with me. Now I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, so the main risks remain primarily regulatory services in terms of the sheer amount of demand that could be placed on those services in the event of either a deal or no deal. And our other major risks, the ones that remain significant, are potential increased demand for both children's services and adult services in the form of unidentified asylum-seeking children and potential relocation of EU Brits living abroad who come back with significant care needs as a consequence of us departing the EU. So the risks haven't changed significantly since last time. We will keep an eye on this, and of course, as the moment we know what happens, we will be able to provide further updates.
Okay, Ed, I'm just trying to get straight in my own head how long it might take you once the knowledge of either a deal or a no deal is publicized, how long it might take you or your team to review the current position based upon the outcome of those negotiations and the final decision, before you would be able to come back to the committee and provide us with an updated review of the impacts that those results might be.
I mean, it's difficult to say, Chair, in terms of not knowing exactly what will come out in the negotiations. I mean, we have planned on the basis of there being both no deal and you know, the likely deal that feels like it's in the offing. So I don't think there's a huge amount that's going to change. Sorry, I'll be clearer here. I don't think any of the remaining issues that are going to determine whether there's a deal or a no deal are going to significantly change some of our planning here. So those issues that are still outstanding, with the exception potentially of the state aid rules, the very few of those outstanding issues are ones that are going to materially change any of the arrangements that we have in place. So my hope and expectation would be that once we do have the details, we'll be able to turn something around relatively rapidly, because I don't think it will fundamentally change our state of readiness.
Okay, we have another panel meeting, I think, in early February. Given the circumstances and the clearly we've got a Christmas New Year break, would that be an appropriate time for you to return to give us a more concise assessment of what the outcomes of the negotiations might have on the impact to Hertfordshire?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I think the officers would need to pencil in to our resources panel meeting in early February a report from Ed on the situation. I note there's some questions. I'm going to assume, I'm just checking who was first. Paul, you were first in line.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just mention that I think it's quite appropriate that this is, notwithstanding the length of this agenda, that this is item number 13. I certainly think it might well be unlucky for some. The concerns that I've got are that even if we reach an agreement before the 31st of December, most of the commentators that I've seen suggest that ratification of that and implementation of the deal will take longer than the 1st of January, and that actually we may see disruption whether there's a deal or not. And I just wondered, given the increasing certainty that we are looking at a no deal, even if it's only for a limited period, you know, whether that is actually changing the thinking within the team.
Shall I respond, Chair?
Yes, please.
So I certainly, I mean, our thinking at the moment runs on the lines, Councillor, that at this stage in negotiations, irrespective of no deal or deal, that there will be disruption one way or another. It's a very different scenario than it was this time last year, where the planning was between a no deal and a transition agreement that maintained everything in exactly the same state as it was. So I think we're planning for, irrespective of outcome here, there will be disruption. Similar types of disruption depend irrespective of what's negotiated. It just the length and depth of those disruptions will probably change as opposed to necessarily the nature of the risks that we face, I think.
Sharon.
Very much agree. Just yeah, reiterate that that's where I think we're at. Yeah.
Sharon.
Thank you, Ralph. It's been an absolute dog's breakfast, this, hasn't it? Honestly, here we are, literally at the, well, not even the 11th hour, the 11th hour and 59 minutes, and we still not got things agreed that we were talking about 18 months ago. It's completely ridiculous, and I'm, you know, it's not up to me to say who's responsible for that, but it is. It's pitiful the way this has gone. The issues I wanted to raise were one of the ones that's set out in the report around health and social care and the impact, which I do think, you know, might be very quick and very severe on our ability to, particularly around agency staff and staff recruited into health and social care. I think that's going to be a real issue for both ourselves and the NHS. An issue that was raised yesterday by both Tesco and Morrisons around food shortages and food prices, it's kind of underplayed a bit in the report. I do think it's more serious than we've been led to believe, and I think that, and I'm not doing the Project Fear stuff. I'm trying to read really carefully about this and find out why they're saying that and make my own decisions. And I do think the issue around food shortages, and if we just think back a very few months now when we had people who were stockpiling because of the pandemic, the devastation that caused, and it's always the most vulnerable people that are worst affected by that, because they can't afford to stockpile, and others that do deprive them of the things that they need. So I think we do have to take that seriously if Tesco's and Morrisons are taking it seriously. And the last one was farming. I grew up in Stevenage, so I'm not part of the rural community of Hertfordshire, but we have to take seriously the warnings that Minette Batters has been giving around the impact on farming that some of the tariffs that are being proposed in latest iterations of the agreement will have. And I think that's very serious, and again has a potential serious impact on food prices. It's ironic really, because I remember driving around during the EU referendum campaign, and a lot of farmers had the Brexit posters up in their fields, but nevertheless, if the impact hits our farmers, many of them have a difficulty in terms of their precarious financial position anyway. That's not going to help any of us. So, I won't be rubbing my hands together saying I told you so. I think we all need to take these things very seriously, and all issues that impact directly on Hertfordshire.
Thank you, Sharon. Ed, is there anything you want to add to the comments that Sharon made?
No, thanks, Sharon. I mean, absolutely, the health and social care staffing one is certainly high on both NHS and social care risk registers, and keeping an eye on the consequences of that and what it might mean in terms of capacity going forward. In terms of the food element, there is a Hertfordshire-wide food group, EU transition food group that's keeping an eye on all those issues around supplies and shortages. And certainly internally within HCC, we're thinking about those parts of our services, commissioned and otherwise, that rely upon continual food supplies, so particularly our care homes. So that's certainly within our sites as well. Less well cited, I must admit, on the farming issues, but I absolutely take that point on board, and I will just go back and check that if it's not being picked up explicitly within elements of our organisation, that it is being picked up appropriately across the wider partners in Hertfordshire.
Thank you, Ed. Any other questions? Okay, otherwise, the recommendation is a fairly bland one. The panel is invited to note the actions being taken by the County Council to prepare for the UK's exit from the EU single market, including as possible no exit or no deal Brexit. Can I ask everyone to, in the chat function, indicate their position, please? Just waiting for a final confirmation. Looks to me like we have sufficient numbers to move on, but I'm okay. I think the report still waiting for final confirmation from officers.
Elaine's agreed the report. Okay,
I didn't pick it up. It's just popped up on my screen. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Ed, for that report. Now we move back to two items that were deferred from the beginning of the agenda, namely the Hertfordshire County Council Performance Monitor Q2 and the Resources and Performance Monitor Q2. We'll deal with item 3 first, which is the County Council Performance Monitor, and I think Alex James is going to present this just on the basis of an introduction, and then we'll get into the questions.
Thank you, Chairman. And as you say, just a very short sort of contextual introduction to this. Won't go into any of the particular highlights, but just wanted to say, in terms of this particular report in front of you, it provides an overview of the Council's performance for Q2 of this current financial year. So basically the period covering July to September of this year. And I suppose it's worth considering what we've discussed previously in the agenda, noting there is some overlap between this report and the COVID impact monitor, covering some of the similar topics, but albeit at different timelines. So the COVID impact monitor does cover a more up-to-date period, but without perhaps the time to give a more considered perspective on some of their implications. These quarterly updates, which we feel continue to fulfil an important role in the ongoing monitoring of the Council's performance, cover an earlier time frame, but hopefully in doing so provides us an opportunity for more reflective and considered commentary. So that's where I'd like to sort of just position that. But there's just one other thing I just wanted to mention, which is one correction in the report I just wanted to draw your attention to. Section 8.17, which deals with the average call waiting time at the customer service centre, indicates that this quarter the average call time waiting was 29 minutes. Clearly that's not true. It should be reading 29 seconds. So apologies for that error, but hopefully that clears that particular issue up. But as I say, won't go into any particular issues here, but very happy to take any questions. And I know Martin Orst, Head of Intelligence, is also on the line with us as well.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if anyone has some particular questions, and Paul Stokowski has got his hand up.
Yeah, I noted with concern, I think they've raised this in previous panels, section 3.1.2 NHS health checks invited and delivered, and it's within the public health remit. And in the commentary underneath, it says that the eligible population for this increased from 343,000 to just shy of 344,000. Whilst we've actually invited just 773 people. So the number of eligible people for the health checks has increased by more than the people we've actually invited. So it would seem in that measure that we're actually going backwards in terms of inviting people to health checks. The proportion of the population, eligible population invited, has actually gone down during the period. And I'm just a little bit concerned that, you know, at the current rate of progress, even if the population stayed the same, it'd take us 111 years to get round the population that's eligible for one of these things in terms of inviting them. And I just wonder whether a bit more attention and a bit more effort and emphasis on this from the public health teams might not be going to waste. Albeit, I'm sure they've got an awful lot of other things to be getting on with in the midst of a pandemic, of course. I just wanted to highlight that particular issue.
Martin, perhaps you could just give us some context around this. I'm not sure I'm fully informed here in terms of exactly what the percentage numbers invited and the percentage of the population that's entitled relates to. So is there an opportunity here for you to just clarify that for us, please?
Yeah, the percentage, I think it's there's a 4-year cycle. I mean, I will check, but I think it's a 4-year cycle. So it's X% per year. But I would agree with Paul's observation. 773 seems fairly extraordinary. If you'd allow me just to check and verify that figure with our public health colleagues. I appreciate COVID has largely prevented too much activity, so it may well be correct. But the basis of the allocation is at a point in time taking, I think, 25%. I'm happy to be corrected if Alex knows otherwise.
I think it's a perfectly fair challenge. Thank you, Paul. I think what I would just clarify about this particular report is for those figures, I believe they are reported a quarter in arrears. So actually, whilst the 700 figure is very low, actually it was during that point of lockdown when clearly they wouldn't have been invited to see GPs during that particular time anyway. So definitely something to keep an eye on, but worth being aware that perhaps unsurprising that those numbers were low this particular quarter's report.
Perhaps, Martin, if you wouldn't mind just inquiring with Public Health as to the context of this particular set of figures and whether or not they do look out of kilter with the needed requirements of health check offers to ensure that we cover all of the people who are entitled to it, and just circulate it back by email to all the members, please.
Will do.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking for Tim Williams has a question.
Thank you, Ralph. Just wouldn't mind picking up on page 33 of the agenda, and appreciate sort of detailed queries here without maybe the appropriate people to respond can be quite difficult. There's two sort of high risks highlighted there. These are concerning and rightly highlighted as key risks for the council in the risk register. Just wondered if more details could be provided in regards to the further package of financial support as mentioned in the risk, covering the possible failure of care providers, and if there is enough funding of adult care services as the report highlights. It's not clear if there is sufficient funding coming from central government on this NHS. Just wondered if more details could be provided on those 2 points.
Thank you, Tim. I think I'll give Alex the first crack at this one. Then I'm going to ask Stephen Pillsworth if he might just indicate how funding in that sector is being dealt with.
I think, yes, very happy to sort of defer to Stephen on this, but I think probably what I would just point out is, as I say, this is kind of basically the reporting by the end of September. So therefore, the risk was, I think, kind of certainly indicating the real concern there was around the funding issues, which as we've kind of followed through in this particular panel and Stephen's illustrated before, actually the certainty around some of those funding streams have changed over the various different months and continue to be uncertain, but it was probably reflecting those concerns at that particular time, albeit I'll leave it to Stephen as to sort of indicate how far he feels that still is a relevant picture.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, I think this is a risk we've had in for some time for adult social care, reflecting the fact that along with children's services, as we heard earlier from some of the reports we had, those are the two main areas of demand-driven spend where it's quite possible for spend to outstrip resources. And indeed, in both those areas in recent financial years, we have seen overspends where that demand has exceeded the funding available. Now, clearly, that's something we monitor very closely. And as you've seen from the Q2 monitor in the current financial year, actually, we don't have a repeat of that position. But it's certainly something when we pick up our integrated plan and we look ahead to coming financial years, how we're going to manage that continual increase in demand for those services compared to the level of funding we've got. And clearly, that's something we need to do and find a way of balancing. But at this particular moment in time, as you saw from the monitor, things are under control in that particular aspect.
I think it's also worth repeating, Stephen, that the council has gone out of its way to provide additional funding through to March of next year to ensure that the adult social care sector, the suppliers in that sector for care homes are supported to ensure that they are providing an appropriate level of capacity and not to allow the sector to decline sufficiently so there is inadequate supply.
Yes, indeed. We mentioned that earlier, that at the most recent cabinet meeting in November, that support to adult social care providers was extended throughout the winter and through to the end of March. So any costs, additional costs they're incurring, for example, through purchase of PPE or through needing agency staff to either cover staff who were off or simply to make sure they're operating safely, then they can claim those costs from the council to make sure they are appropriately supported.
Okay, are there any other questions in regards to the general monitor? Seems that there aren't, so I'm going to look to the recommendations and the resources and performance panel. Cabinet panel is invited to and there are 2 items, A and B, so I think that's fairly clear as to what we're asking. So could you in chat please indicate your agreement or note the report and or otherwise, please. Fine, got that through from officers, and that's agreed. Okay, and with relief, I think we can move to the last item on the agenda, which is the Hart County Council's Resources and Performance Monitor for Q2, and I think Alex is again presenting this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I have very little to add beyond what I already said in terms of the context for the overall performance monitor. The only thing I would just mention is in terms of section 2.1.2, which mentions the council's financial position, including an overspend of almost 18 million. Clearly, that's been superseded by the quarterly budget report that Stephen's presented to you earlier. So, I say a discrepancy which was more around timing than anything else, but just to flag that up, that obviously that is no longer the case.
Thank you. Looking for anyone who has a question. Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of trying your patience extremely, I've just got one question. The financial questions were answered under other reports, but it was relating to 7.1.2 around the customer service centre. Some worrying indications there about some of the delays to responding to telephone calls, and the reporting that this is telephony delays for remote workers and erratic and unpredictable call patterns. I just want to be reassured that there is some kind of deep dive going on into this, because we are likely to be, vaccinations aside, we are likely to be in a similar situation probably for the foreseeable future, because I don't imagine lots of people are going to storm back into working in offices and call centres anytime soon. So I would be reassured to know that the management in this area are doing a deep dive into this and how we deal with it, because it can be incredibly frustrating, particularly some of the calls we get around safeguarding, around young people's mental health and so on, if people can't get a fairly speedy response when they phone the county council.
Thanks, Sharon. It's a very fair question, and before Alex comes in, I'll just let you know that Bob Deering and I have been all over this like a rash. We are very cognizant of the fact that our communications need to be pertinent to people's inquiries, and we've been having fortnightly or monthly reports coming through to us on the delay time. We've been meeting with the team and having explanations as to the adequacy of the resources that they have, but also looking forward how we're going to accommodate your very good point about the fact that this might be with us for a little while longer, and how we can get our telephony technical systems aligned with our service technical support. When you're working remotely, the slowness in the response times is clearly a problem. Not everybody has got the best Wi-Fi or broadband, and we are seeking to try and flex the number of people on call at any one time to adjust our position on the call density that's coming through, which is something significantly different to the way it was prior to the COVID situation. But they are dealing with this, and most weeks they are meeting close to the KPIs. There are occasions when certain things technically happen which give them a problem. But if Alex, you've got anything else to add, I'm more than happy for them to do so.
Thank you, Chair. No, nothing further to add. As you say, I know these are very closely monitored, and when they are above the average call time, that triggers a whole range of different kind of processes to look at how that can be managed and improved. So, but I've got nothing further than to add than what you've already indicated.
Thank you.
Chair, I wonder if when the monitor comes back, if we could have a little more detail around what's been done to address those issues, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
That's fair, Sharon, and I'm sure Alex will ask the team if they can provide that information. Any other questions? Okay, doesn't seem that there is. We're all probably a little fatigued, so questions have dried up. But I think we can look to the recommendations under item 4, which are very similar to the ones under item 3. So if in the chat you could indicate your agreement or otherwise to those, I would appreciate it. Just waiting for final confirmation. Okay, that's agreed. Right. Bring you all back to the screen. Look, it's been a bit of a marathon. 2 o'clock, not bad, I suppose, given the length of the agenda. Thank you for your forbearance and thank you for your cooperation in making your questions appropriate but brief. I think we got through it reasonably well with the appropriate breaks. So thank you all, and we'll see you at the next P&R meeting or R&P meeting in February. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ralph. Thanks,
Bye.
everyone. See you there.
Thanks, Ralph. Bye.
Thanks, Ralph.
Chair. Thank you.
Well done, Ralph.
Thank you.
Chair, Ralph, very good. Thank you.